Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, September the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can you see my... Yes, thank you, William, so you can hear me and you can see my screen. I'm going to add that Bollinger Band value in a second reel. I just want to go over some of the things. So first of all, China cracked down on crypto. This is sort of a ongoing issue. This may be more serious than the past, though. Take a look at Mara. Virtually every crypto play is down today. Mara's down 7%, Riot's down, Hut's down. You name a crypto, it is down today. Look at GBTC, the ETF. For crypto, GBTC, way down here, they're all down about 8%. So, will they bounce? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, obviously. So what else is happening? Zivo, Z-I-V-O. Z-I-V-O, is it still up? Yep, it is still up 90%. I don't see, let's see if I can see any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. No headline that I can see for Zivo. I'm sure there must be something, but I don't see anything. It's a low float, 6 million in the float, so it could be one of those crazy, well, it's going to be one of those crazy ones today. It already is. There's a 200-day moving average, a little bit above it. CAPR, I wanted to short this one, but I got distracted. CAPR, yeah, I saw this pop up here. This is a phase 2, I believe. ONT, is this a wrong symbol? ONTX. Yeah, ONTX is down on a financing. ONTX is down on a financing. I think the financing is about $4.20. So it's right at the financing price. A little bit above it. Nike. A bit of a slam to Nike. Released earnings after hours yesterday. So here's the reaction. So it's down 4.5%. YY is down. Basically saying the Chinese government probably is not going to okay the Baidu takeover. That's the rumor anyway. So YY is down. UFAB is up because of a bunch of insider purchases. UFAB. It's kind of holding up 40%. Man, that's a big pop. You could their forms were released yesterday after the market closed after hours, indicating a bunch of insiders bought shares. That is for UFAB. APOP, a gap down. I can't see any specific news on APOP. Here we go. Being affected by the 1-for-4 reverse split Friday morning. Okay, so so I guess they did a split, 1-for-4 split today, effective today. Now iClick is up on a rumor that they have a non-binding offer. This is the rumor anyway. ICLK at $6.75. And ATAX is down on a financing. ATAX is down on a financing, $6.10. So it's a little bit above the financing price. I'm keeping an eye on DATS. This is actually one I traded after hours, or I got in just before the market closed, actually. I was surprised. I got out of my entire position. I got in just around 10 and got up to 1060. Sold at about 1030, 1040. But I actually thought this might have gapped up again this morning, and it hasn't. So I have a price alert set up here around 1060. See if it takes out that post-market high. That would be an all-time high, of course, for DATS. This one course, was super active at the end of the day. Look at that candle at 245. The other one I'm kind of keeping an eye on is the PTGX to see if it's still, just got to type it in correctly, PTGX, see if it, there we go. See if it can take out this 18 level. Again, it's had a couple of days, 3 days, bouncing back. I mean, it may not, of course, but I want to see if it takes out that 18 level later on. And the last, the AEHR. So this actually is an earnings play. They released earnings after hours on yesterday. Kind of holding. I mean, the highs. Let me just check another chart. It looks like the highs are about 1478. Yeah, so those were the highs. Post market. Little gap up, holding, not too badly. And of course, it's an all-time high, and that is AEHR. I don't think he's using it as, I think all he's doing is he's just wanting to keep an eye on the value. So what I'm doing, I'm just adding the column. I still want to see the alerts. I do not want to block an alert just because it's that Bollinger Band is up at 200. I don't want to block it. I want to see it still. So I'm just going to add the columns. Now, again, yesterday, we had a couple of really nice ones from the option play down, moving down. And with the market is going to, we're in for a big, well, obviously we're in for a gap down as we speak. Market is gapping down. No idea. I was asked, do I think Nike is going to go back up to fill the gap? I have no idea. I mean, the reaction to earnings, when you read the report, it didn't look bad. I mean, when you actually, but it doesn't matter what we think. This is what's happened. I have no idea if it's going to start to fill in the gap. All right, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Interesting, there are quite a few more upgrades than there are downgrades, so let me get them in. Yeah, so CPU, I don't mean to dismiss what you said, but I really don't trade that way. I don't kind of look at something and say, yes, I think it'll come back because, I just wait for the market to open and you got to just wait to see what happens. But I can't make any predictions about any stocks. But certainly the reaction to the Nike earnings, not good. the reaction. If you read the release, revenues look good, everything looks pretty good, but the reaction, that's all we hear about. I mean, I think it was slightly under analysts' projections, but I know Real mentioned Cake. I see Cake has an upgrade from Jeffries this morning. All right, there are some of, supply chain issues with Nike. Oh, I can't speak for most traders, Doodle Dum. I mean, the question is, what time frame do most traders use? There are lots of traders who use 1 minute charts, 2 minute charts. I know I have a 2. It's for a very specific reason, but I probably concentrate more on a 15-minute chart than anything. But that's just me. I can't speak for most traders. The bottom line is whatever works for you is what you should be using. And by that I mean, if somebody said, well, Barry, I always use 2-minute charts. I can't understand why you don't. And my answer to that is, if 2-minute charts are working for you, stick with it. Just because I don't doesn't mean that, I'll never say you shouldn't do this or that. But if it's working for you, then stick with it. All right, so let's take a look at the sectors right now. I can almost guarantee that virtually they're all going to be down, just based on the SPY action right now. Take a look at the sectors. Get a glimpse of what we might see today. All right, so is there anything? So real estate, 36%. So look at energy. So again, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. These are the stocks that make up the major sectors. So for instance, if you look at energy, XLE, every single stock is down from yesterday's close. That's why that says 0%, 100% down. Utilities, and again, when the market's down, a lot of times what you'll see is a flight to the dividends type stocks, the defensive stocks as they're called. So utilities, 50-50. Of course, that can change once the market opens, but right now, 50% of the stocks in this XLU sector are up from yesterday. Not that they're up huge, 1.6% for CNP. Anyway, gives you a little glimpse at what the market is doing in the pre-market anyway with the major sectors. And you can see right here, here are my gap ups. There's only 5 of them. And of course, tons of gap downs right now. I can't see a crypto play that's up. I'm not saying there's not one that's up, but all the usual suspects are down, probably around 8% or so. Let's take a look at Mara. Is it still? Here's HUT. This was a flat, this was an active stock. Again, that's down 8%. I'm sure most of them are probably down about 8%. GBTC down 8%, 8.5%. Yeah, the reason you don't see option data in the pre-market is because options do not trade in the pre-market. Now, you know what you can be doing though, of course, you can use what I use in the pre-market. Get my home page up. Excuse me. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what I use in the pre-market. So I use these four: the gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down, and that's where I get most of my pre-market information. What do I think about EAR? I saw it was up a little bit. I had a big, horrible day yesterday, of course. Big gap down day yesterday. It's too early to predict if it's going to bounce at all. I mean, it's up a little bit, decent volume. But I don't see any news on it other than lawyers crawling out and saying, hey, we're going to sue you. I forgot to mention VTVT. Sorry, VTVT. That had a nice gap up after hours. I missed it. I was just a little late. I was concentrating on the DATs, and it gapped up. And I'm trying to see if there was any specific. Yeah, this was some psoriasis candidate shows favorable, etc., etc. So, but it's a phase. I don't even know what phase it is. Phase 1. It's certainly not late stage. So I mean, this is kind of ripe for a short. 174 is where it came from. And as always, I'll just be watching my option scanner for the most time today. And especially on the downside, especially if the market, depends what the market does. I mean, if we have a recovery, if it turns into my favorite day, a gap down to begin, and then, a general slow recovery during the day. A lot of bounce plays will work very well. Otherwise, if it continues down, if you haven't already flip this one to get the unusual strong options down. I'm not telling you have to, but I think it'd be a good idea. I looked at this one, this IMRN. The reason I didn't like it that much is a ton of resistance right around here. It is up. And I couldn't see any specific news on it. I mean, it had news yesterday. And today's the 24th, yeah. So it had news yesterday at 7 o'clock. That's in the morning, though. It will not proceed with the proposed acquisition of an R&D vaccine company. So that was the news yesterday. So after the big day yesterday for our IHT, gapping down a little bit today. Had a big day after hours actually too. I mean, look at this. It got up to $6 after hours. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. This FCUV, I also noticed it this morning. It's just kind of chopping around, you know. I mean, for me to really notice something, I wanted to maintain kind of the highs in the pre-market. This is just kind of chopping around. It's another one of these low floats. And I don't see any specific news on it. All right, what time is it? 9:26. Okay, very quickly. Have you ever used the flip function, Robin? So if you take an alert window, this is what you do, okay? Take an alert window. Let me find one. Just got to do this quickly. Okay, new post-market high. So take the window, take the options up, take it, right click, duplicate it, so you've got a duplicate of it. And then right click again on the duplicate, go to configure. You see where it says flip, flip it. So everything that can be flipped will be flipped. So in other words, if a stock, we want this, obviously in this particular case, this flip from new post-market highs. Okay, and stock where the value is no more than -3, it would have been +3. Anything that can be flipped will flip. And then save it, give it a new name. In this case, this would have been new post-market low. And again, I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to wait for the options alerts to come in and just see what happens. Rewalk is pretty strong today also, guys. RWLK still pretty strong. But almost up to yesterday's high, or sorry, to 2 days ago high. Well, now the 3 days ago high. But yesterday, it was a 2 days ago high. You can see what it did. Yeah, good morning, Paradox. Thank you. Less than a minute to the open, everybody. We got about a little over 30 seconds to the open. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And as usual, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I kind of want to let things settle down a little bit. Yes, I know anything that starts running and keeps running, I will miss out. But I'm just going to wait mainly for the any alerts I get in my option scanner and just see what happens. Makes it a lot easier. You just kind of wait for a setup and maybe a favorite scanner Do they all work? Of course not. We are now open. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to short. Just lost sight of it. CAPR. I mean, it's still possible. Yeah, CCL has earnings. I did see it had earnings. It hadn't really done anything when I saw it. Yeah, I mean it's 14 cents, right at that 200-day moving average. 24.65, so it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average for CCL, but not too exciting right now anyway. Go EV was pretty active yesterday, and it's above yesterday's high now. Go EV coming into maybe a lot of resistance. So, okay, there's the PTGX. I did put a price alert. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately, of course. The volume is not great yet. Just too early for me. Too early. Too many times I just see things like this happen, 820, and they just drop again. So again, if this just keeps running, well, c'est la vie. Morning, Aja. Rewalk is having a nice start. RWLK is having a nice start. There's yesterday's high, about 250, 257 or so. The high the day before that was 262. Yeah, FCUV is popping up here. Mentioned in the pre-market. It was kind of chopping around. Let's take a look left. 1225, 1320. 1243. So the next high looking left on the daily is 1243. If it can get through that, then the next high is 1320. So I guess, if it can get through 1243, so I'm going to stick and in the pre-market, it did briefly. I'm going to stick an alert for 1244. And again, it doesn't matter. I'm not saying if it hits that, I'm going to take the trade. I'm aware of the VWAP, John. It's not a matter of not using it. I'm aware of it. Somebody asked, do I not use the VWAP at all? I mean, I'm aware of it. I know where it is. So yes, when I look at a trade, I'm checking two. The only two things I'm really checking: VWAP and the 200-day moving average. So UFAB is definitely popping on all that insider buying. As the forums were released after hours yesterday, indicating that I don't know how many. The Form 4 filings show stock purchases from multiple company directors. Okay, so that was the news after hours yesterday. Low float, 6.88 million. You'd have to really look at the form. At the filings to see what the prices were. I did not do that. Yeah, man, CAPR, that would have been a marvelous short pre-market. CAPR, when a classic little bios releasing, early stage data always get these little pops. Sure, flurry of excitement, but reality sets in. Look at the SPY guys. Hey, the SPY's having a little bit of a pop here. Not a little bit of a pop. Dow's only down a little bit now. Really? It was, shorts were available at, all right guys, DATS all-time high now. This is what I actually expected this morning to see this one up in this area. I traded this, but I got rid of it post-market, but it is moving now, guys. It is moving now. All-time high, DATS. Yeah, I saw Go EV. I saw it this morning, but I can't. I'm just reluctant to take early trades. It's that simple. Nice little first 15-minute, and in fact, the last 15-minute candle before the market opened was green, and now we're still green. All right, so AE, so this again, this is an earnings play. It might be a cult stock, but it's an earnings play also. AEHR reported better than expected Q1 EPS and sales results. That is for AEHR. Well, DAT's on the move, guys. DAT's on the move. Not in my option scanner. What I think it's way outside the price range. That's okay though. Obviously, I just have a certain price range. Yeah, it's above the price range, but it also would not hit. What option scanner is it hitting for you? Because this is not hitting my option scanner. It would never meet any of the filter requirements. I need 2,000 contracts. I need 300%. All right, so there's the DATS. This is kind of what I mean, it looked awesome at the beginning. There's a big topping tail right now, 11.12. It's pulled back. This can happen, of course, with many stocks in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, see, again, you guys just have a different price range. Or, let me just see, why didn't it show up? Current volume is 500,000 shares, 2,000 contracts. Oh, I know why. Okay. So remember, well, not remember. I added a filter a while ago, for the options up and also the options down. But the options up, the stock has to be up for the day. Same thing with the options down. Stock has to be down for the day, so that's why it's not showing up for me. Doesn't mean you don't have to use the same filter. this is what I'm talking about, okay? So, and I added this a long time ago. Stocks, so for the option plays up, stock has to be up from the close. Option plays down, the stock has to be down from yesterday's close. So that's why, even though I click fits every other filter requirement, it's still left for the day. There's no right or wrong way though, okay? There's no right or wrong way. Look at NNVC, guys. NNVC popping here. Yeah, so all those insider purchases by has really helped this stock, of course, today. UFAB. Now, let's take a look left. Looking left, the next high was 389. Excuse me, on the monthly chart. On the next high is $5. So it's got $1 before it hits on the monthly. Is that the same on the weekly? So 416, if you look at the weekly, 416 is the next high. Meanwhile, AEHR just ripping here, guys, on earnings, such as they are, okay, such as they are. The reaction released earnings after hours, and now it's almost at the pre-market high, 1517, looks like. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert here. All-time high, of course. I'm going to stick an alert up there, see if it takes that out later on. And it's a relatively low float, 20 million in the float. So now that appeared in the option scanner, AEHR. It's a little early. That's the only issue I've got with it. So it doesn't mean I'm going to hop into it. Look, it may just keep running, but I toyed with the idea of putting a 15-minute delay on that scanner, but I didn't. Yeah, and I see it's at 217, so in this case you would not take that trade. And absolutely, I mean, my option scanner, you can use it in especially if a stock goes parabolic, to look at it, to short it later on. It's a watch list. It's a watch list more than anything else. Do as infinity. Good morning. But I'm watching it over 15. I mean, it's as Zach calls it, it's a cult stock. But at least it does have news on earnings. Such as they are. So this is what Real is talking about, okay? I mean, I did add that. I added the column, the 60-minute Bollinger Band right there, so it's at 217. He suggests that things that are over 200%, are suspect. Well, do I also comment on stocks? That's all I do, comment on stocks. Oh, I see. If you ask me my opinion. Look at the SPY, guys. The SPY has made a big, big comeback here. Look at that first 15-minute candle. So Palantir, I was asked about Palantir, PLTR. My big issue with Palantir is got a huge float, $1.5 billion in the float. So You know, I mean, it is used to be. I don't know if it's still a WSB stock, Wall Street Bet stock, but it's just not that interesting to me most of the time because of the float. It's going to take a bunch to move it. All right, well, AEHR is really trying to hold that 15 level. Of course, it's got no resistance, really. It's an all-time high. So sorry, real. This might be just a scalp for me, but you know, I'm having trust in my obviously in my option scanner. Well, it's a pretty broad question. I mean, what kind of settings am I using? I mean, I have all sorts of different scans. So, are you a subscriber? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Duash, are you a subscriber? Okay, well, I mean, most of my scans are all based on stocks making a new high or new lows for the day. Okay, with all sorts of abnormal option activity or abnormal volume. So it's a pretty broad question, though. And I have a certain price range that I look at. All right, guys. Well, again, I just have so much faith in my option scanner, especially when it has news. I know it was way above the Bollinger Band, but I just I had to take the trade. But I'm trading it. And I'm not anticipating it's going. I'm not anticipating anything really. I mean, the only thing is it's a lifetime high. So at some point, yes, this will turn into probably a wonderful short. That doesn't mean that it's going to last forever, okay? I mean, now you got, so if you took this one anywhere close to that 1472 level, I mean, it got up to 1540. You've got to trade these. I mean, look at the float, 20 million in the float. So, I mean, anything can happen. I always use that phrase, but anything can happen when you have such a low float. But at least it did have some news, such as it is. It is earnings. I didn't read it. I didn't read anything about the earnings report. Okay, now I've been trading this. Now here's the drop. Now, will it hold here over 15, or is this it? Notice I don't tell anybody to take trades. You have to make up your own mind. All right, now let's see if it can regain this. Meanwhile, UFAB And then just make a new high. Yeah, so it's just over 4. Now, again, looking left, what did we see? We saw a high, I believe, on a weekly chart. I think we saw very close to this. 416 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So, I mean, that could stall it. Now, if it can get through that, 416, then the next high on the weekly chart is 5. And again, this is all about a bunch of insiders buying shares. All right, there's AEHR right back up. What do you think, Scooter? What do you think? Well, just take a look at some of the Bitcoin plays. You know, Mara, Riot, just take a look at them. You know, most of them are down 8 to 10% pre-market. So, yes. XOS, I don't know this one at all. Never seen this one before. XOS, wow, on the way down, almost an all-time low. And why is this down? Let's see. Announces battery remanufacturing tie-up with Cox. Well, for whatever reason, that is affecting the stock negatively. I'd really have to read this a little more in depth. This was yesterday. This was yesterday's news for XOS. Boy, this is an interesting one, guys. I mean, it's almost at an all-time low. And go, I'm sorry, real. I mean, you know, AEHR. You know, I've traded this. I'm just waiting to see if it can really, really break out here. I mean, it's up 30%. Boy, this was the one I shorted yesterday from the options play down. ATUS turned into just a wonderful short from here, and it's continuing down. ATUS. Okay, guys, keep an eye on DATS. Keep an eye on DATS. See if it challenges. It's trying to challenge that 11 level again. Okay, I'd be sticking an alert at the high here. And see if it takes it out. Again, it's an all-time high. I don't know what the float is. We don't have any float information on DATS. You know what, Lily? I think you're being a little abrasive to William, okay? He was originally shorting that one. Okay, so 16 million, thank you. So let's just, you know, let's just keep it civil, please. Yeah, there's no question. Because of that float, AEHR, because of the float, it's going to be very whippy. Okay, now I click showed up in my in the scan down. Okay, because briefly, but now it's back up. Macy's, guys, Macy's, it's not a huge move or anything, but Macy's is up. That's all I have. I don't have anything else other than don't repeat. Well, you don't have to create it. You can have it. It's part of one of the scans I'm sharing. I mean, if you want to create your own, just take an alert window, right click, properties, and select don't repeat. And then check that don't repeat. And this is a drop down menu. Okay, so you can pick your time frame. You don't want it to repeat for a minute, 5, 15, 30. I do it for a day. But you know, you do have the different time frames. Yeah, Nike is an earnings play. Again, guys, you know, I mean, I just have faith in this option scanner. Do they all work? Of course not. Of course not. But I just have so much faith in this option scanner. After, you know, having it for, I don't know now, is it 3 months, 4 months? I can't remember when I first started using it. And I'm not trading options, I'm trading the stock. It's just showing stocks having an abnormal option activity day. Wow, look at AHR. Oh, brother. So what that means is, for instance, you know, I have some filters in. So the option volume has to be at least 2,000 contracts. So right there you can see it's 9.5, 9,500. The option volume today, that's the magic one, okay? It has to be at least 300%. You see it says 500%. That's in a percentage basis, you know, as a ratio. So what I'm looking for are stocks that are trading at least 3 times normal option activity compared to what they've done over the last 10 days. So this is just showing me, it's just another way of showing stocks with great, great momentum. So it's not a matter, I'm not trading the options. Oh, I see, okay. All right, with the iClick, let's see, first of all, yes, it is shortable for me. So it seems like there's a lot of support here though. I know we had the alert at 564, but look at all the support from yesterday. Okay, guys, well, EAR is almost on an all-time low. I don't know where, it says 0.5%. I don't know where that would have been. Maybe it was yesterday? I guess so. 663 was yesterday. So it's at 668 right now. And I haven't even looked at the AI. So, yeah, so the AI is looking at shorting Sava. Now, you got to be careful. You know, this is an extremely emotional one. Yeah, you can, there is a, how it did against a SPY. Okay, if you go to info at Trade Half and I'll give you the link. I think they have maybe some chart. Okay. Personally, you see, I don't care how I don't care about historical AI at all. The AI is going to change quite a bit over the next while anyway. But I just look at it on a day-to-day basis. And the other thing is those results can be really. I don't think they mean anything. I'll be completely honest. The reason why is that you use the AI in very different. You can use the AI in very different ways. You manage your exits. Which so. That particular chart will just show automated exits, which I don't agree with. I don't agree with auto trading the AI at all. Yeah, so I use it as a watch list, nothing more, nothing less. Right now, obviously the Sava, I shorted Sava at 62.60, it's 60.50 right now. That's good. So that's all I do. It's just another tool, another watch list to pay attention to that does not give very many alerts during the day, not unlike my option scan. You might want to keep an eye on IGT. This did come into the scanner yesterday, the option scanner yesterday. It had about a 50-cent pop before it pulled back. But this is, I think it was, no, wasn't not an earnings play. I can't remember the reason. Why it did the pop, but at any rate, it did do the pop. Probably gave about 50 cents from the alert from my option scanner, and then it pulled back. Now it's over 25 again, and if you look left on that monthly chart, 26.43 is the next high. So on the weekly chart, it should be the same. Yes. So it's got some room, and it's over that magic 25. Good volume, 4.7 times normal. Again, I'm just pointing out an opportunity. Okay, IGT it is starting to move over that 25 level. Okay, so with the AEHR, again, this has been a great trading one today, but I'm still waiting to see if it really breaks out over this 1550 mark. I've got some left. I have some left, okay? But I've been trading it, okay? I've been trading the I don't know why it's hard to say, AEHR. I have been trading it. Still kind of waiting on the ear. It did show up in the option scanner down. I'm still kind of waiting on it to see if it really takes out that low of yesterday. If it does, there's nothing holding it, of course. Yeah, that ATIS has just been slammed. There, the news came out on that one right about here yesterday, right around 24, and look what it did, and it's continuing down. Unfortunately, I didn't see it this morning. The reason being is that it really didn't have that much activity this morning. All right, well, the option scanner very inactive so far this morning. Market is, okay, big recovery, but the Dow's now up. So we do have this little disconnect going here. We have the Dow up, SPY's up, but tech is down. A nice bottoming tail on the SPY. Sellers tried to knock it down. Well, that's why we put price alerts. I mean, I was talking about DATS. I didn't want to anticipate it. I didn't want to buy it until it got over 11 again. So I have my price alert set up here. We talked about using price alerts with trade ideas. If you're not, you're certainly not using trade ideas to its full extent. I mean, just put a price alert and wait for it to happen. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I certainly do not buy things ahead of time, though. Well, you can make a sound. You can have a sound added. Do you know how to do it with an alert window, Jose? Do do you know how to create a sound alert with an alert window? Maybe Jose can't hear me. Oh, okay. So it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. I'll get this is how I use my price alerts window. So yes, right click. If you know how to do it with an alert window, it's exactly the same. Right click, go to actions, and then set up the sound. Okay. And then what I would do is I would minimize the window. So if you minimize the window, and then you sort on the triggered time column, when you get an alert, this window will pop up on your screen. You'll hear it, of course. I put the alert on, as I always say, because I'm using a wireless headset. So sometimes I do wander away from my computer. And so I know the sound, of course, this one makes, so I can come racing back to see what price alert I got. But I would minimize the window. You don't have to have the window up and running. So William, did you hear that? I just went over that. It's the same way as with alert windows. Well, of course, you can keep it at voice. Yeah, text to speech. You can do it text to speech. I mean, again, our sound alerts. Oops, sorry. Our sound alerts. Going to properties and then actions, and then you check the play sound, set up the sound. Now you can use one of them text to speech. One of them. The reason I say one of them is that the whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound on your different alert windows or your price alert window, or if you have the AI, you want a different sound. So when you hear that sound, you'll know which window to look at. So obviously you can't have them all text to speech, otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. So you can put one of them if you want. Otherwise, use a custom sound and select. And then here we have 3 folders. Each folder has some some sound alerts in them. You can highlight one of them, just left click on it. You can open it, you can play it, and if you like the sound, then you can say okay a couple of times, and then that sound will get attached to that window. All right, AEHR is resting. So very, very, very quiet day from my option scanner. Very quiet day, but we had the one great one so far, AEHR. And I'm still kind of waiting on the ear to see whether or not it takes out that low of yesterday and continues down. That's from the option scanner on the way down. And the iClick, yeah, I mean, I would not have taken that trade anyway, because I just looked at that 15-minute chart from yesterday. It looked like there was quite a bit of support right here. So we did get the alert at 564. But again, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. Just on the edge. Yes, 300%. So Go EV will show up probably in a matter of, well, first of all, it's got to take out that high. So it's got to take out that high right there, which is 817. So it's very close to that. The relative volume filter is met. It just hasn't quite met the option volume. That has to be 300%. It's at 296 right now. And there it goes. There it is, as predicted. Now, whether you take the trade or not, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade. Now, take a look left. What do we see? 822 is the next high. he's got these little areas. I mean, look at the daily chart. I'm not saying it's not going to get up here, but I mean, the daily chart has got a lot of activity right around that 840, 850 level. Okay, so I'm totally aware of that. I don't know how much more it can move past this. Number one in those clowns again. So you see what I'm seeing here, guys? A lot of resistance right around here on the chart. It looks to me anyway, around that 840 level. $842, $846, $835, as opposed to the AEHR, which of course has no chart resistance whatsoever because it's an all-time high. So very, very different. So I'm just going to wait on it. I want to wait on it and see if we get a huge volume pop again. Is there a way to stop the pop-up window in Brokerage Plus to confirm a trade? To stop it? Okay, guys, well, look at AEHR. Now, I'm out of it completely now. This could be, I mean, it's a bad break underneath 15 so far. But we'll see. We'll see how much further down it can go. I don't understand. Stop the window from popping up. What window are you talking about? I don't know which window you're talking about. Why wouldn't you want something? Why wouldn't you want something to pop up to indicate that you took a trade? Anyway. Okay, there's the SFCUV. So I'm not sure what you mean. I'm just going to take a trade right here. I'm going to take UFAB, okay? Just going to take the trade. I buy 200 shares, buy it at the market. I'm not sure what pop-up you're talking about. So took the trade. I mean, it. Okay, so now, I want to take, so I'm going to exit this trade. So now you want me to take a trade. Well, a limit trade, okay, so if I want to take this trade at a certain price, again, I don't know what you mean. I honestly don't. You might have to go to tech. I honestly don't know what you mean. I don't know the pop-up you're talking about. I mean, if I want to put a limit price in, if I want to buy it at the ask, well, obviously I just go in and market if I want. But if I want to put a certain price in, I'm obviously not understanding what you mean. So now I've got a limit price of 4. I want to take it at 4. But if I wanted to go in at, like right now the ask is 393, 394, it's flipping around. I mean, I don't know what you mean. If I go in at market, which is taking it at the ask, It just shows up here. I don't have it. I never have a pop-up. So I just you have a pop-up in properties. You might have to go to info at or go to our homepage and ask that question. I'm sorry, I just don't know what you're talking about. Don't know. You know, I just use this in the simulator, and but if I would probably want to have a pop-up to confirm a trade was taken, just to let me know. I don't think I would ever want to get rid of that. Okay, so excuse me, botmatized. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. If you don't save your default, I mean, you should be able to file load layout, and I think there's a default layout somewhere. I've never used it, but I think isn't there a default layout that you can just load? First of all, this is what I would do anyway. I would always, when I'm saving my layouts, I give it a name. I never save it under default. I give it a name. So you might have to go to the home page, okay, Blue Scorpion. I'm just not sure what you're trying to do. And just ask that question, how to stop a pop-up. Because I just don't, I've never had one, so I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, the 200-day moving average is universally used, I would say. Even for people like myself who do not use a lot of indicators, always 100% aware of where that 200-day moving average is. Okay? Always. Boy, this AEHR has been, I'm not in it anymore. This has been a real bear. Tough one. Popped right back up again. You know, all the way down to 1463, right back up, almost $1 in a very, and now I'm not in it anymore. But man, is this ever, this is a whippy one, but boy, it's taking out the highs now. Wow. Why did it have to do this? Yeah, we've had no halts today. All right, guys, now I know this showed up in the option scanner, but it's so extended. And I think this is one of those blank checks. Yeah, it's a blank check company, so it's too extended for me right now. I mean, it showed up at 1047. Excuse me, the price, 1047. It's just way too extended. And it's a blank check company, so usually these things have a very short lifespan. Yeah, that's, you were right, Zach. That's what you did say earlier. Okay. Are you talking from within Brokerage Plus or tied into your Interactive Brokers account? That sounds more like a brokerage thing. Are you sure that's? Are you talking about trading your? Are you talking about in the simulator or actually connected to your Interactive Brokers account, Blue Scorpion? Really? I've never seen that. Okay, there must be an option here then that I've never seen that. Yeah, but I place limit orders all the time. And I've never seen the box pop up if it actually it just takes the order. I've never seen that. There must be a way to solve it. It must be, but he's saying it. He's saying it's happening in the simulator. Yeah, but some are saying it doesn't happen for them in the simulator, and some saying it does. So I don't know what to say. But I don't play. Okay, let's do this. Let's just see if I can take a limit. I can get a. I want to take one. Take Zevo. What is it right now? Okay, I want to take 100 shares of Zevo, 200 shares of Zevo, and I'll take it at 622. Let's see if that happens. And I put it in both boxes. I do put it in both boxes. Maybe that's the reason. Okay, that's what I always do. It's not really a stop. I've always done it this way. Maybe that's the reason. Because I'll almost guarantee that if it gets up to 622, it's going to take the trade and I don't get a pop-up. If I use this, you're right. I guess you're right. If I leave that stop, but I've always okay. Then here's how to get around it. Put it in. Put that in here. There. You see, it just took the trade. No pop up. I'm sorry. This was the UFAB that it got out. But now, because watch Zevo. I will not get a pop up. So I guess the way to get around it is put it in the simulator. I always done it this way in both boxes. Put the price and in the stop, put the same price. But I'll leave it blank. I will leave it blank, and you guys are probably right. So I'm gonna first of all, I've just never done it that way. So I'm gonna get rid of it. Oh, see, it took the trade already. I couldn't. So let me do another one. Oh, well, William, you're getting your wish here on the ATOS. It is definitely, well, just took out 20. So again, okay, I'm sorry, guys, I'm getting distracted here. Um, okay, I want to do this one again. I'm going to get out of this trade. I'm going to flatten that trade. So I want to do it again. So I'll take the trade. I want to take the trade at 621. Hopefully it'll trigger really soon. You're not talking about this box, are you? You're talking about that box? This trade will execute immediately? If you're talking about that box, then then put that price in the stop also. Personally, I wouldn't mind that, to be sure, but that's just me, obviously. Anyway, let me get rid of all this. Wow, it's 10:30 already, guys. So I'm remiss. I haven't welcomed anybody to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, I never. I hear you, real. I never would have taken that one. My bias is against these SPACs. They have a short lifespan, and it was way too extended. But you're right; it was way outside the Bollinger Bands. Now, this is the one that I'm probably more interested in, but I still think there's a lot of resistance right around that 830 to 40 mark. I think it's helpful. I think, you know what? I mean, that box, but that's just me, I guess. All right. Okay. So welcome. Man, this is, I'm so distracted right now. I'm looking at a lot of different things. Welcome to the room. Again, if you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Now, if you are wanting to try trade ideas, we do have a test drive coming up. So when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. And it starts on right here, October the 11th. So a little over 2 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks from this coming Monday. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. Now, please listen carefully. It is from October the 11th to the 22nd. If you can take part in between those 2 dates, then you'll get 10 days. If you can only start, for instance, maybe you're busy Monday and you can start on the 12th, you'll get 9 days, okay? So it's not 10 days from when you start. It's set up for the 11th to the 22nd, okay? And again, you'll have access to the full premium service. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So you will not get data until the 11th. So please don't harass our poor support people. Say, hey, I just signed up for your test drive. Where's my data? Please read it carefully. It doesn't start until the 11th. If you're a standard subscriber, you can also, and you want to upgrade to premium for those 10 days, you can do so for the 11/11, okay? Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? So it's a great opportunity. Again, we do this, we're doing it every couple of months now. So it's a great opportunity to try us out. Yeah, you can do the test drive again, yes. Okay, now what I'm going to do is pop my homepage link in. Now the other thing, if you're going to do the test drive, before you take it, get a little bit accustomed to what Trade Ideas is all about. I'm going to put this 20 lessons for non-subscribers. It works if you're a subscriber too, but I guess the link I have in my homepage, you have to be a subscriber, I guess, to use that link. But anyway, the 20 lessons, if you click on it, now I'm in. Do yourself a favor. I mean, take a look at this. It's very quick. It's all text-based. Like, what is a top list? Building one. Alert windows, creating them. Don't come into the test drive with zero knowledge of Trade Ideas. Okay, so my homepage link that I put in. Give me a moment. Okay, so if you click, now first of all, if you're in the main trading room, my tab is here all the time. So you can just click on my homepage tab and there's my link. And on my link, you'll see lots of information, including how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You want to do it right now? Great. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, first month only or the entire year. When you click on Get Trade Ideas, here are the 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Annual is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll get into in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228, less the 15% for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information. Now, these sections here are free. You can have the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education here. Again, the 20 introductory lessons. And again, I think to use this, you have to be a subscriber. That's why I put the other link in for non-subscribers. Daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me. I think today it's Andy. I'll put the link in to YouTube before I leave for my break at noon. Daily webinars. Next week it's Monday and Wednesday. We're on a rotation like that now. They are Monday to Thursday, but now we're staggering them. So next week it's Monday and Wednesday. Okay, so you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, starting Trade Ideas from scratch, information on the AI. Great series here if you're new to trading. Michael Knotts put that together from Trade Ideas. It starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, a great series to watch. So if you're going to take the test drive and you're new to trading, take a look at this first. And last though is all my scans. So obviously you have to be a subscriber. I have a sample layout that I share, and I'm sharing not all the scans I've ever created, but a lot of probably the more interesting ones, including the moving higher with unusually strong options that you hear me talk about all the time. Okay, so a lot of scans that I'm sharing here. So a lot of information, especially in these two sections. Save my link, and then you can take a look at this anytime you want. Meanwhile, ATUS, just an utter collapse still. Unfortunately, I'm not in it. No, you cannot have different alerts, sound alerts. You're talking about different alerts within sound alerts within a multi-strategy. Okay, good. I'm glad you answered your own question. All right. So again, if you're new, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. So if you want to build your own scans, you always start off with something like this. You always start off with filters. You know, you want to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number level. So in this particular scan, this is what I'm looking for. Now I'm sharing this scan. Okay, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. But if you said, you know what, I'd rather have a different price range, change it. You know, change it, 10 to 100, go ahead. You know, this is just a scan. This is what I'm looking for in that scan, but you can change it. You know, see how it was changed. I'm not going to do that. But if you do want to create your own scans, you always start off with filters. Look what I did. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong one. Good. Thought I made a change. So I start off with these filters. Doesn't matter what they are. This is just the concept. You know, I'm looking at these. If a stock meets these filter criteria, then stock makes a new high for the day or new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so this is an example of a scan. Now the good thing is you don't have to learn a programming language. These are all the alerts that we have. You don't have to learn them all. I use 0.5% of all the alerts and filters maybe. Okay, but we feel that if you want to create your own scan, we have enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. Okay, but again, if you don't want to create your own scans, that's fine. I'm sharing a lot of mine. Plus, in our toolbar, if you click on New and then the Dock Channel bar, here are all sorts of themed layouts. So if I click on the momentum layout, here's a scan. If I wanted this one as part of my layout, all I have to do is save it to the cloud. Okay, so the whole concept is that you take a look at the different themed channels. And if you want to extract one of these windows, one of these scans, you just do it. You save it to the cloud, move on to the next one. You know, one by one. You know, you like this one, the action is heating up. You know, you just keep doing it. Save them to the cloud, and then you just file load from cloud. And if you'd save them, you would see them up here. And you just highlight, load, highlight, load, highlight. So you didn't have to know how to create a scan at all. We're creating a lot of all the scans for you. Of course, you can create your own, but if you don't want to do that, we're creating a lot of things for you. And then you can just build your own layout with those scans. You too, Trey. Meanwhile, DMYI has come back. Now, this is interesting. Every now and then this happens. Ear showed up on the option scanner on the way down and now on the way up. Now, I'm a little skeptical when that happens. But I will watch it. Pre-market high was way up here. Well, not way up here, but around 725. So I'll stick an alert there. But I'm a little skeptical when it is, and this is what I'm talking about. It appeared here, and now it's appearing here. It happens every now and then. You guys have been, is Marin up or is it down? Ooh, up. All right, so 2 days ago it hit 1088. Let's see if it takes that out. Yeah, why are you saying that, Lily? Want to short it, wait till October? Any particular reason? All right, now this is part of our premium service. To look at the AI, click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is what you'll see. Not these two. I've just docked these other two, my earnings up and down. But this is the window that you'll see. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. I use it like a watch list. I did see DMYI, yes. Okay, but this is the window you see. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. The first alert today was at 9:49. Noticing? Okay. What I would do is I would take this window and just incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. Well, I never took this one, the DMYI. I never took it. The slight bias against these ones, and plus it was way too extended when we first got the alert. But as Real says, it pulled back and then bounced. All right, this is classic, guys. So if you're using the AI in pure auto fashion, in my opinion, I'm just going to flat out say you're using it wrong. So look at the AI shorted Sava at 62.60. Look where the AI got out of the trade at 62.60. Okay, how could you let that happen though? If you got into this one at 62.60 and it got down to 60, that's almost $2. I mean, not a huge percentage, but almost $2. And to let it just get back right up to where you shorted it, it's just not the way to trade. So, I mean, for those of you who are wanting to automate it, I just have to aggressively say no Best way to use it, in my opinion, is sort of a man and machine outlook. Let the machine give you the idea with the setup, with the price and the stop, and then you manage the trade. That's why when people ask, well, how does the AI do? The AI will work differently from all sorts of different people, depending how they use it. All right, so the market's been, so we had that move, but now we're moving down. So tech is still down. The Dow has turned negative. SPY is negative. Okay, well, again, I'm glad I held off on the go EV. I just didn't think it was going to have enough oomph to get through this level here of 843. Now, it may happen later on, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to stick my alert around that 825 mark and see if it takes it out later. And then if it does, it doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade. I still think there's too much resistance at around 840. Look at the UFAB, guys. I think there was I think 416. Was that the area? First of all, that's where it got up to 411 in the pre-market. It almost stalled right there. But more importantly, when I was looking at this anyway, on that weekly chart, what did we see? We saw 420. 420 is the next high. Didn't quite get there. Got to 409, I guess. I got to 409. And in the pre-market, it got up to 410. So that 420, I just looked at that, thought, well, it looks like it could easily stall there, and that's what it did. That's why you always hear me saying, look left, look left, look left. If you're a trader like I am, who's basically looking at things that are almost at the high of the day or at the low of the day, that's why I'm always looking left to see, okay, where could the next area of resistance be? And I just want to see where that next high is. If it's too close, I typically do not take the trade. Choppy day though, yeah. Look at this. I mean, I was talking about IGT a little earlier, maybe trying to hold that 25 and moving. Nope. Well, that's a definition of limit uncertainty. You put what you want it to go in at. Just a minute, please. Sorry guys, sorry about that. Shoot. Shoot. Missed this ear. It was just yeah, it's too bad. I know I was saying, you know, I'm a little reluctant when I see it on the up and the down, but I mean, look at the room it's got. 868 is the next high looking left, so I mean that. Yeah, the ears just ran away from me. Absolutely ran away from me. Yeah, it's too late for me now, though. You know, the alert was at 7:12. Meanwhile, MRIN just triggered, looking at the next high looking left. Man, a lot of action now. And again, sorry guys, I mean, I probably don't know what I'm talking about. The option volume with the next high at least 75 cents away. I can't give it to you because it's a custom formula. But holy smokes, look at it go. If you guys are interested, I can show you the custom formula later on. Oh man, that was just that's an awesome alert. 1089 right there. You got to trade them though, okay? You've got to trade them. You can't think, wow, it's just going to keep going higher and higher and higher. Especially these ones with a low float, 14.5 million in the float. Okay, so Jose, have you ever written a custom formula? I'm going to put it in the tech support tab, okay? Number 1. Have you ever written one? Well, this is what I'm going to do, okay? For everybody, if you're interested in creating that custom formula that I'm using in here, the reason I can't give this to you is because it has a custom formula and they don't copy, okay? They just don't copy over. So I can't give you the link. But if you can hang on, just give me a moment, okay? I just have to change my login. Wow, DM. I'm not in that one, unfortunately, the DMYI. Okay, so if you head over to the tech support tab, okay, the first thing you're going to see is the formula. Okay, that's the first thing you're going to see. The next thing you're going to see is how to write a custom formula. If you've never done it before, Okay, so that's how you do it. So head over to the tech support tab right here. All right, so Kirk, have you ever written a custom formula before? You see, in YouTube, it's impossible for me to get all that in. I can give you the formula. You see, I don't think it's just not going to go. Maybe. Wait a minute. Did it? Yeah, you see, I can't. I have a limitation how many characters I can. Well, okay, here's the formula. Just a minute. I'm having a tough time copying this. I almost said a bad word. Okay, there's the formula to use. So for those of you in YouTube, best I can do is you just have to take a screenshot. Okay, I can't copy the whole. I can't copy this in because I have a limitation. So if you can take a screenshot of this, okay, and that's if you've never created a custom formula, this is how you do it. But I put the formula that you will use when you create a custom formula, just like it says, it'll create a filter, and you'll have a min and a max box, just like any other filter. And what I've done is I put 0.75, 0.75 in the min. So that means when I get an alert, when it looks left, there's at least 75 cents until it sees the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay. If you want though, come over to the YouTube into our main trading room, and then I can it's way easier for me to hand out links there. This is the main trading room for those of you on YouTube. It's in the tech support, Dova. Go to tech support tab. The tech support tab, okay? You're an off topic. Go to the tech support tab. It's here. And how to do it. Well, just made a new high, guys. So that's why I'm saying you got to trade these. Look what happened to the Marin, the MRIN. So we had the alert from that scan at 1089. But, it's a low float. These things are going to be, well, if you don't know, these things are going to be incredibly whippy. Okay, so, it's an awesome alert. You get 1089, it moves up to, what was that, 1144, but it's pulled back now. Now, you can also, what was the next high looking left? 1198, 1055. So it looks like 1198 was the next high looking left. So what did it get to? So if it gets back up over 11, it has a shot to get to this area, but and this was a meme stock, of course, 2 months ago. Got all the way up to 27. Just a minute, please. All right, go EV now is getting closer to breaking out through that area. Okay, so let's do a little recap of what's happened here. So AEHR 1472. I'm not saying it was easy, but it's at 1622 now. The Go EV 819 got up to 841. This is, it takes this out, I think it can go. Whereas the DMYI, again, these weren't necessarily the easiest ones, straight up from the alert, but 1047 up to almost $1. EAR, that's the one I really missed. 712, great percentage move up to 730. And then the Marin. Now the Marin, of course, showed up here earlier. And 1132, what did it do from 1132? Probably that's almost the high. Yeah. But it's a watch list, guys. So, you can watch these all day long. Yeah, it's recorded, Brian. But, man, it's a 6-hour recording. Unless you know exactly where it happened. Yeah. So I've got to be awfully careful what I say. Careers can be ruined by one slip up. All right, guys, 11:09. So today is Friday, so it's Andy in the YouTube room today. Yeah, so again, for those of you who are in our YouTube room, it's fine. I know it's easier to get in. You don't have to click so many times. And if all you care about is hearing me and seeing the screen, that's fine. But if you want a lot more action, way more interaction with other traders, then you can come to what I call the main trading room. DATS is getting interesting again. It's been choppy like heck, but it's, all these bottoming tails. Look at these bottoming tails. Remember what they mean. At some point, the sellers had this down to 991. The buyers closed it here. Sellers tried again, moving it down. Buyers closed it here. Sellers tried again. Sellers tried again. All these bottoming tails, these are all the lows, but notice that the buyers have been able to keep moving it up. And so we're on an uptrend here. I'm not saying it's going to continue, but at some point, if this takes out 11, somebody who's had many headsets. Okay. Yeah, as Real says. Now, because I have them in 6 hours a day, I did have I do have the Sony, the latest ones, the WX M4s, whatever they're called. They're awesome sound-wise, but even though they're light and everything, the clamping can get to me after a while, so I don't use them all day. If I had to use one all day, probably the AirPods Pros, or even the earlier ones, just the AirPods. I have 3 sets of them, and so that's what you'll hear. When I say I've got to change because the charge runs out. I make a change. But as far for all day wearing, I have found that they have been by far the best. Well, I mean, with the rewalk, number one, it would have to take out that high of a couple of days ago for me. Now I'm going to have to take a really hard look at this weekly chart to see what sort of resistance there is if it does. The next high is 307. So, I mean, it's got a shot to the 3 level if it takes it out. You know, so, yeah, I know from 260 to 3, I mean, it's a nice percentage move. You know, the volume is definitely picking up. So notice, I'm not saying take the trade. I have some reservations because that 3 level is fairly close. In the option scanner itself, I'm not sure. But there it is. I mean, it is moving, and I mean, the alert happened at 250, so ooh. Okay, now guys, let me just check this one out. Go on the option scan down. Just missing it. All-time low. Grocery outlet. I remember when this. I think this was an IPO back here, June of 2019. It is now showing up on the option scanner on the way down. If this takes out 22, it's got no support. A lot of activity. Okay, give me a moment. As aforementioned, I have to change my headset. All right, I'm back. And just to again to put a top on this on the headset issue, for pure comfort, again without any ear pain, etc. The original AirPods worked great for me, and I know it depends on your size because they don't plug right in, but for me they work great. All right. Evidently, GoEv is just having a tough time getting through. I still think if it can base here and then get some volume. It had the volume. You look at the volume that popped it up. It got all the way up to 840, but it just didn't sustain so far. And I'm hearing MTEM. Yeah. So this is what I'm using. So the filters are relaxed a little bit. You know, it's only 750 contracts instead of 2,000. 200% of normal instead of 300%. This is still, you know, still has to be up. I think I relaxed the current volume to 2 instead of 3. But you can take a look at that. And then this is it, though. Has to be at least 75 cents away from the next high looking left on the daily chart. So I haven't gone really over Brokerage Plus at all. I'm just going to briefly do it, okay? If you want to use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade, if you happen to have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, watch this video. And again, this Brokerage Plus window only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, not available. You don't have to use it. Of course, it's a feature. So I know I said you can use it if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. If you don't have one of those two accounts, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you can't use this feature. Okay, that's all it means. Now, notice here, I used to always talk, I talk about this, these three columns here. Notice this one says distance from exit price. It says minus 71 cents. That's what you want to see. You get out of a trade, this is in the simulator, you want to see a big negative number. So what that means is, I got out of it, and 67 cents ago, it moved down. No idea when TOS will be available, no idea. No idea. Not that we don't want it, of course. It's all to do with the API and all that, and I don't get involved in it at all. I hear them talking about it. Yeah, it's not a stock, Jado. API, what's it? Application programming interface. Not a stock. So there's a classic example, guys, using the option scanner both ways. Okay, remember the option scanner. It's a, treat it like a watch list. So yeah, it gave an awesome alert. An awesome alert. Well, from the option volume to the next high, that particular one got all the way up here, and then because it's so parabolic and look way above the 15-minute Bollinger Bands, probably above the 5, it snuck above it. You can turn around and try to short it. It was probably a better one on the short. 1141. There's a dollar move. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, application programming interface. That's why we can't link with Interactive Brokers Lite version. MTEM is, I wonder if this trades options. It does, just not enough yet to trigger. Oh man, I didn't even know that MTEM was in the AI. Oh, there's a great alert. Look at this one. The alert was, I remember seeing it earlier and it wasn't really doing anything. It was just kind of hanging around. I remember seeing it. My bad. I mean, I should have been following. That's exactly the type of alert that I love from the AI. Under $20 with room to run. Well, guys, I mean, RWLK is getting closer and closer to that 3. Right there, 307 on the weekly chart. That's the next. On the daily chart, I don't know where that would be, a few months away. So that is the next high looking left, around 3 for REWALK, RWLK. All right, so what I'm watching here on the go, and there was a pull up. I want to watch to see if it takes out 22 again. I'm going to put an alert around 2202, see if it takes that out again. Because this is an all-time low. Whew. What time is it? 11:26. Yeah, don't talk to me about ear. Unfortunately, I did not take that one. I didn't see it. Well, I saw it, of course, when I talked about how it was. Now, what did it do there? Man, bottoming tail. So this could be, I mean, just be awfully careful now, guys. I mean, I had a nice run, but remember, for all the reasons why it got hit yesterday or 2 days ago, they're still evident. They're still there. take a look at Zevo. I haven't even looked at my watch list at all. No time. Well, it's on a downturn though. I mean, or a downtrend. If you're looking to go long this, it's certainly what would have to happen for me is for it to take out 6 on volume. But it doesn't look good. I mean, it's at a little pull up, moving down. You know, if you look at the 5-minute chart, making lower highs. So as we speak, it looks like it's in a downtrend, in my opinion. And it's an awful looking daily chart. Awful. You know, no clue. I mean, it had that pop 3 days ago, 5 days ago, but it sold right off. I mean, it got all the way up to 8 and sold all the way down to 470. Okay, and then it's been a steady decline. Yes, it had the pop today. I don't know why. Just looking to see if there's any specific reason. I don't see any specific reason for the pop today. Oh, it's an earnings play. Is it? I have it as an earnings play. I know we don't have it here, but I'm sorry. So that was wrong. It's not an earnings play. All right, so here's another example of the AI being in a trade, 729. It gets up to, now, you know, this was really chopping around, but by the time it really started to move, it got up to 774. The AI has not exited at all. Now, if this keeps falling down, I mean, as a trader, in my opinion, when you get a bar like that, you've got to take some out. You've got to. I mean, you can't I mean, it's a great percentage move. You know, and I don't know where this is going from here. And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, the AI is still in the trade there. It has not exited at all. For an MS, so multi-strategy windows that don't repeat enabled, possible to change the sort order. I'm not sure. I've never tried it that way, so let's just take a look. I don't have a multi-strategy window up, so I'll just have to load one. Okay, so I think, so what you want is, of course it's going to sort on the latest one. Yeah, there's no sorting by left clicking. Yeah, I don't think so. Give me a moment here. I just want to try something. Yeah, so you do get this this pop-up but you don't get that pop-up. Yeah, you don't get that pop-up with a multi-strategy window. So there's your answer. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, things are slowing down a little bit for me right now. I don't have any new alerts. Yeah, no. And that's why, that's why I went on the alert window just to make sure. I know you could do it in an alert window, but yeah, that pop-up does not occur. I don't know why. I don't know why on a multi-strategy. Okay, so Danny, if you can hear me, you might have to do a refresh or change your browser, okay? I don't know what browser you're using, but maybe change your browser. It happens every now and then. There's so many different computer configurations out there. Most of the time it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what browser you're using, but maybe with your particular system. So hopefully you can hear me. So maybe either do a refresh. There's a gear icon, but you can't see it, but there's a gear icon sort of in the top right-hand corner, which will allow you to refresh. Or change your browser and see if that helps. We have our first halt of the day. Health, HLTH. This is obviously an IPO, so it just launched. HLTH. Now, in our halts resumes, a little quirk sometimes when it's an IPO, it shows up as a resume. In this case, it did. So HLTH. Really, I haven't, I obviously don't have Windows 11. Interesting. PJ. Middle of the range, okay. Thank you, William. Right now, Richard, you can't. We're in an upcoming build, maybe by the test drive. They're working on a lot of chart improvements. Right now, you can't do this. Okay. The question was, how do I get, my symbol being dark? And I've seen a prototype of the new charts and things like that. You'll be able to do it. Right now, you can't. We'll just try a different browser, Danny. Okay. That's all we can suggest. Otherwise, I don't know how to help you. Yeah, so try a different browser. Try Chrome. Try Firefox. It must be just a quirk of, for whatever reason, your computer configuration. That's okay. Okay, I have a hungry cat. Just a second. Okay, so to zoom the chart, you'll left click on the chart just so that the system knows what chart you're in. So left click on the chart, keep the control key pressed down on the keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel, just scroll in and out on your mouse, okay? So there you go. See if anything is interesting from my watch list right now. I doubt it. Well, guys, this has really slowed down a lot. I haven't had any new alerts probably for the last 10, 15 minutes. It's okay. We always will probably see some action 1:30. I know Joby had a big upgrade. I think was it yesterday or the day before? Either Morgan Stanley or JP. I can't remember who it was. But I think it was to 19. Obviously, hasn't taken effect yet. Yeah. So I see DMYI both on the long side and the short side. No, I mean, this is not what I'm looking for from the option scanner. I mean, rather have something that moves in a more orderly fashion, but I can't predict what's going to happen. But it gave you two options, either to go long or to short it. All right, this one almost an all-time high. PRGS. I guess this is an earnings play, earnings after hours. I don't follow stocks this expensive, but for those of you who do, PRGS had earnings after hours. Nice reaction, and even better now. PRGS almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is over here, 52.50. So it's almost an all-time high for PRGS. Now, I do know, I see that Nerve showed up in the option scanner. It's certainly not my favorite because, number one, it's got to get through 2. Number 2, you look left, it's got probably a lot of resistance around 210. So I'm not that interested in it. I actually find that the ones that are under 5 aren't necessarily the best. But again, it would all depend on how much room it has. I don't think Nerve has that much room. Excuse me. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Well, guys, I have to say, I've sort of lost interest in this market today. just not that interested. I mean, again, it can turn around in the afternoon, but right now, yeah, try Firefox, Danny. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's not working for you, but try Firefox. There's nothing I can do on my end. Well, usually there's more action, but I'm just seeing a lot of things that I'm following. Of course, I'm not saying there's nothing moving, but I was disappointed in the Go. I was really hoping Go would take out 22 and just start to really move down, wanted to short that one, but now, Danny, the only other thing I can think of, you're in the main trading room, which is, obviously you want to be here, but you can always head over to our YouTube room, okay, and see if that helps. You can hear me, you can see my screen, just not as much activity in terms of interaction with other traders. So if that, this is sort of maybe a last resort. I'll give you the link. And I'm going to be, when I take my break anyway, some people will head over there anyway. Another trader takes over for me at noon. It'll be Andy today, I'm pretty sure. Just do a confirmation. Oh, maybe Andy can hear me. He's already answered me. So yeah, he'll be in the YouTube room at 12 o'clock. That might be just on your setting then. Make sure you have within YouTube. Make sure you have 1080p. That's probably all it is. That's within YouTube. Because I think the screen is pretty clear. I know it's clear because otherwise people would say wouldn't be there at all. So I think it's just within YouTube. You have to make sure you're using the 1080p setting. Okay. Well, I'll say it before Zach says it, but yeah, so Matthew, you are gone, okay? We don't talk like that in the room. We don't talk about stocks going to the moon, all right? You're fine to be in our this is in the YouTube room. But we don't talk nonsense like that a stock is going to the moon, okay? All right, so I will put the YouTube link in for those of you who want to head over there when I take my break at noon. And also before I go, just to put the test drive link in. Also, the test drive link, you want to take the test drive with us, which starts in about, 2 weeks from this coming Monday. Okay? So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so for $11.11, you can have trade ideas, the full package, the full premium service for 10 trading days. If you can start on the 11th and go to the 22nd, okay? I don't want to mislead anybody. If you can't start on the 11th, if you can start on the 12th, as an example, you'll only get 9 days if you can go to the 22nd, okay? So you'll get 10 full days if you can take advantage between the 11th and the 22nd. That's 10 full trading days, okay? It'll cost you $11.11. If you have our standard service, you can also try us out. We'll upgrade you to the premium service for those 10 trading days. And again, if you sign up now, you're pre-registering. So don't harass our support people and ask them, hey, where's my data? You're not getting data until the 11th, okay? Please read it carefully. Also, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription automatically. Okay, don't have to worry about anything. You know, obviously, if you want to take out a subscription later on, great. But this is just a way in which you can try us out for 10 trading days and see what you think. And if you're going to take it, please just prepare ahead of time, just a little bit. You know, take the 20 lessons. Okay? All right, so the AI's got this. Now, this is an interesting short from the AI, actually. Look at this SCWX. I didn't see it earlier. It's a little out of the price range, but you know what? Look left. Look how much room it's got looking left. It's not an earnings play. Don't know why it's moving down like this specifically. That's a big drop, 23%. Wow. That is a big drop. I don't see any specific reason for it. I'm just checking some headlines. I don't see appoints Wendy Thomas as president and CEO. Hopefully that's not the reason. But unless the CEO left abruptly yesterday. But you've got to love that gap. Look, I mean, look left. Look how much further it can go. All right, I'm going to get my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the YouTube room so I can take off. And, you know, things were so choppy today, so I'm sort of struggling to find a trade I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about this one, though. I mean, just because of the room looking left, you know, obviously the AEHR was you know, looking at the initial alert of 1472 and getting up to 16, but it was pretty choppy. Don't lose sight of the DATs, guys, okay? It's, you know, it's not doing really much, but I mean, don't lose sight of it. You know, it takes out that 11 later on. Remember what it did yesterday. Look, this was at 245. All of a sudden, it just exploded. Okay, it had a little explosion, and then it pulled back, and then it exploded. And this is, you know, basically it's an all-time high. So, you know, I've set an alert around $11. And see if it happens later on. It's not an option play or anything, it's just, but it's an all-time high. Now, the nerve, I really think, you know, 2 could stall it, but certainly up here. Looks like there's just too much resistance. It's not a crazy low float, 41 million, so now I could be completely wrong, you know, I could take this out like I was very wrong about Rewalk earlier this week. You know, I thought 2 would really stall it, but it broke right through. I don't know if there's any specific news. I don't see any news on it today, but it's, you know, for it, look at the volume, trading 10 times normal. Yeah, I got to recharge the batteries for sure. I, I don't often get bored during the market hours, but I'm just kind of just treading water right now.
Oh, that was fast. Hey, David, how are you? Man, that was really quick.
Streaming right now.
Man, that was really quick. Can everybody hear me just fine and see my screen? I adjusted my resolution, so hopefully you guys got a across the country now, huh? All right. Keep an eye on this AHHT. This thing has been basing for a very long time. I don't know if it's a Friday, if it'll go. It's one I'm in. All right. So far, all I hear is David, or see is David. So you guys let me know if you can see my screen. Okay, good. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support session. I will be your host for the next hour. My name is Andy, and for some of you who may be new in here, this is where we steal the live stream from Barry for an hour, and you guys can come in and ask questions. And EK throw some eyes out there, and there is my HAAT. So I don't know if it's going to do it today, but it definitely looks like it's been trying to base, for a very long time, a couple of months. So let's see if it can get going here. Kind of a low float, not too bad, not too low, but 27 million. Not seeing any volume come in, which makes me believe, maybe it's going to hold off, but we'll see. We will see. Not a lot happening in the market. It's kind of a slow, basically flat gap down, and recovered that gap, but just been kind of slopping around here, which is not unusual for a Friday. But there's been some nice movers lately. Let's see, Joe's throwing some stock symbols out there. MRO, yeah, holding up well. Catfish, somebody dropped that in the, yeah, that's definitely a strong stock there. close to a multi-month high. I'm not sure if it's a lifetime high, but no, it's not. I see some action over here, but strong nonetheless. Some relative strength there for sure. Tesla has been strong. I was noticing this strength obviously a few days ago. You could see it definitely holding up well. Did make some good money in Ride. I'm already out of that one though. It's kind of had its move. One that I picked up today that's not doing anything, but I'd like to do this. As a matter of fact, I did this very same thing on Ride about 3 days ago. I picked it up close to these moving averages down there. When I'm stalking something, a lot of time I'll take a half a position, even though it's not doing anything. It's just kind of my style. Picked up some solo at 348, kind of the same, because I noticed a lot of these electric vehicle stocks were having a good day today, Nicola. Nice little kind of breakout to let's see, almost a 2-month high. Yeah, I guess it is a 2-month high. No, not quite. So what I'll do a lot of times, I'll take a half a position, and then when you can see my alert set right there, and then if it looks like it's going to go and I see volume coming in, I will buy another half. So and what I'll do a lot of times when I see a sector getting hot, just come in here to our dock channel, okay? And if I see the EVs are hot, I will pull up the channel and maybe see if I can catch some, some laggers. Now this has definitely got some losers for the day too, but you can see there's some nice, profits in some of the other ones. I wonder why Tesla's not in here. We gotta put Tesla in the EV. Nice go, Paul's go. I had an alert in this one right here yesterday, and I was busy doing something, and I did not get it. This QS, a nice gap right there. It's a good little pattern. All right, and then the next day you have like a little spinning top inside, and then it goes again. So you have a big move, and then you have a day of indecision where the bears and bulls may wrestle back and forth, and then the decision is made on this day that it's going higher. All right, so guys, if you have any questions, be sure to let me know. Let me go ahead and close this out. And other than that, let's see, I am in solo, that AHT, looking for possibly a good move when it eventually hopefully breaks out of this range, but no volume coming in, so I'm not going to hold my breath today. One that I bought yesterday was Plug on this pullback. I did scalp half of it out yesterday, only because I'm doing a lot of day trading. Typically, I'm a swing trader, but I'm seeing a lot of moves like this where a stock will be strong and then it opens up the next day and just gets destroyed. But luckily, that's why I sell at least when I get a decent move. And I actually didn't even get the move I wanted, but I still sold half because I had a pretty decent size, and I was able to withstand that, which is kind of ugly. FCell I was in, but I scalped that out yesterday. But I tell you, this one's one to watch. You see, I have an alert in there. This may be one of those cases where you have a couple of good days. Could be another pause day right now, and then can get going get going through that high of yesterday, maybe on Monday, or who knows, maybe something gets crazy and goes today. Yeah, yeah, Mike. I love, yeah, looking for, setups and stocks that are basing and coming out of it because I know what kind of moves you can get when they do go. I'll also play some stocks like that are pulling back but are not kind of anywhere near their 3-month low. But see, not a whole lot coming through this one today. And occasionally, if the breakout has got huge volume, yeah, I will definitely buy a breakout every now and then. But it seems like lately you get a lot of head fakes and they come slamming down. Remember, you are buying highs, and if the market is getting a little toppy, you're going to have a lot of sellers at all-time highs or 1-year highs and things like that. So I'm a little bit reluctant right now in this environment to be chasing highs. Yeah, that was definitely a nice one there today. There you go. It's a great example of a breakout in buying. Now, see, that's a little bit different. You got what you have is, let me just go ahead and pull up my Epic pen. I'm glad you brought that to my attention because that's one I just totally missed on. Because remember, I do work too, so if I don't catch them early, I'm not going to chase. But this is, you have a gap breakout, basically a just gapping above this whole level right here, and that's the key. Look at this huge volume. So this is one where you may have a lot more meat on the bone, where a lot of people may jump in as for a day trade, take 20 or 30 cents, and you look up 3 days later and this thing's trading at 20. See it all the time. It's human nature, though, when you look down, you start talking to yourself, and it's about trying to stay in a trade, and you say, "Gosh, this thing just came from $5 all the way to 16 in 6 weeks. What if the sellers come in? This just came a long ways. It can drop all the way back and fill the gap, which it could, but typically when you get a move like that, a breakaway gap on huge volume, there's more than not will be an extra 2 or 3 days of run in it, and sometimes longer than that. But you're right, Mike. That's a good one today for sure. Oh man, so yeah, guys, if you have any questions, be sure. Well, that's okay, Mike. Yeah, that's typical in those early stocks in the morning and volatility. Yeah, I'm the same way. A lot of times, I end up taking my profit, too quick. Okay, good question. Just checking 87 ask, would it be possible to go over how to use trade ideas to find uptrends followed by a range? So you're looking, is it kind of like a bull flag, or are you looking just for stocks in an uptrend? Um, Yeah, that's your second question. That's going to be tough to do because you're basically would be optimizing on stocks. It would be hard to find stocks that are in a range but are hitting the bottom of the range. That'd be something I'd have to work on. But let me show you what I've done. This is going to give you some really good ideas. Okay, so I built a bull flag intraday. Are you looking for intraday or daily? Like a daily pattern, or are you looking for an intraday pattern? You still there? Just checking. Okay, let's just go over. I'll show you. I can show you both. All right, here's my daily pattern setup. There's not a lot in there right now. I think the volatility of the market kind of screws up a lot of these patterns. When you have that big downturn that we had a few days ago, it kind of threw off a lot of these bull flags, but we may be able to see something in there. Yeah, this is not flagging enough. So what I'm looking for is an up move, okay, and then something going sideways. There was one in here earlier. Okay, this is kind of one, but the range, it's just the stock doesn't move very much. Okay, so the range in this thing, even though it looks like it's moving on the chart, it's really been only about 50 cents. So it's somewhat of a flag, but kind of messy. Here's a good one right here. This SACH. All right, there's your pattern. Okay, so we've had an up move, and now we have a stock that's kind of ranging. Actually, this is kind of forming a pennant. So you may ask, how did you get that? All right, well, I'm going to show you, and you might want to jot some of these. Well, I'll share it with you so you don't have to. So let's go into configuration. This is on the daily pattern. All right, and the key, let me span this a little bit. Hide unused. All right, so the key filters in here to create that pattern formation is going to be change in 10 days. Okay, this one right here. I got a minimum of 3%. Okay, so the stock has to be up over the last 10 days at least 3%. So there's your up move. Okay, now how do you make it so it's ranging? Okay, and not moving out of a certain area? Well, what I use is a 5-day range. Okay. So this 5-day range is the key. So what's happening here? That was ugly. Let's just do this. Let's just underline it. Okay. So you may be asking, why do I have a minimum in here? What that minimum does when I put a minimum of 1%, so I at least want it moving 1% in this 5-day range, that eliminates all these stocks that may be a buyout. They've bought out. Because what you're going to have when a stock is bought out, you're going to have this huge gap up, and it's just going to trade sideways, until the buyout comes. So I was trying to eliminate those. And the key is the 5% 5-day range. So in other words, this thing cannot have moved over 5%. And that doesn't mean up or down. That's both together. So if it goes up 2.5% and then comes down 2.5%, that's a 5-day. That's a 5% range. Okay. So this ensures that you're getting that contraction, you're getting that kind of sideways range action, kind of like you're seeing in this SACH. Now, you could come in and make it tighter. If you're getting a whole lot of stuff in here, you could come in and put 3%, but you're gonna eliminate a lot of charts if you do that, and a lot of the times those charts are just wicks going up and down, kind of like you see right here. So those are the key, and let me see if I can find another one. The rest of them are just regular filters that don't do a whole lot. I want it up on the day. I want it changed from the close. And also the position in previous day's range. I don't want to see these things when they're in the lower end about to break down out of their range. I want to see them at least in the upper, 25% of yesterday's range. So that's how you do it. And like I said, I'll share this, and you'll kind of get creative on what you can do with it. And then I'll pull up the intraday one. All right, here is the bull flag daily. And now let's pull up the intraday one. Bull flag intraday. All right, so we're getting a lot intraday, okay? And let's take a look at the configuration. And since I'm getting a lot, what I'm going to do here is right now I have the 30-minute range set on 0.3%. So in other words, we have to have an up move. Okay, the stock change from the close has to be up at least 0.5%. Okay, so we have to have an up move. And then the 30-minute range cannot be more than 0.3%. So in other words, it should be forming some sort of a bull flag. So let's check and see some of these. Perfect. That's a perfect bull flag right there. You've had your up move this morning, and now it's trading sideways. Costco, same thing. Nice up move, and then it's flagging at highs. So if you're a there's a good one right there, CME. So this is definitely working pretty good. Now, you could always come in here. I just have it up, 5%, change from close. So you can why don't I have a change from close? I got to put that in there. Let me get a change from close and add that column. All right, there we go. And I usually like to put that right by the price there. And now we can sort by change from close. And you can see we have quite a bit of things that are up on the day. So what you could do if you want to is, if you only want to see the things that had a strong up move, you could come in here and you could change that change from close minimum that I have at 0.5%. You could change it to 1.5%, 2%, whatever you want, to eliminate all these ones down here on the bottom that really just haven't moved the whole bunch. Hilton having a good day. Interesting. All right, so I'm going to share this one, and this does work good. You can see some nice flagging patterns. There's one right there, had an up move, and it's been going sideways now for about 2 hours. Daily doesn't look all that great. So let me share this one with you. All right, it's dropping coming in the chat, so you guys can have access to that. Very good window if you're looking for, if you only want to see stocks that are really strong on the day and trading sideways. So that's a nice little pattern there. Hi, Iris. How are you? Build one for scalping. You know what, Iris? I mean, probably the best one I would think for scalping is the Extreme Volume High-Low Pro or the Master Blaster. I mean, you're finding stocks in here that are just really ripping. And let's just go back to the earlier part of the day and see what we have coming through this thing. And I like to start at about when I'm looking for momentum scans. I don't like these early morning ones because you get a lot of head fakes. I mean, it's okay to watch them and then put them on the radar, like something like this. If you chase it early this morning, okay, what happened is you got about a $2 pullback in this thing. But it's maybe one that you can put on your radar and then put an alert. Maybe if it takes out this second bar right here, you can put an alert right there and it'll trigger. Yeah, the thing about scalping is it's hard to build an alert just it's going to show you stocks that are good for scalping. Something like that bull flag intraday may work. A stock that has moved up higher and going sideways, okay, you may be looking for a break out of that flag range, that high, and you can jump in and try to scalp that. But a lot of it is just homework, looking through stocks, in the morning when you're looking at the up gappers, maybe drawing some or making some price alerts in there. I don't think I'm going to have any more ammo as far as finding, good scalping stocks, because a lot of it is like just understanding charts, understanding daily. You see Barry in his room talking about where is the next high? He wants to know where the next high is. A lot of times those stocks have a tendency to go to the next high. As a matter of fact, there was a really good example this morning. Let me see if I can think of it. That wasn't that one. That's kind of a good example. When you see a stock like CF that had really good volume yesterday, it was coming through my extreme volume high-low pro. This is what I'm talking about, understanding charts. If you looked over here, okay, the next high was up here, okay? Stocks, especially the ones that have a lot of momentum behind them, they have a tendency, I like to say, to fulfill their destiny. Okay, and what that means is they like to look for that next level of resistance and at least go try to test it. And this one actually went through it and it's flagging again. So it's not so much having alerts that's going to alert you where that perfect spot is to scalp, but understanding charts and especially the dailies. Too many people look for just momentum and look at intraday charts, when I tell you a lot can be known just by, determined by looking at the daily chart. The high-low pro is this one right here, this extreme volume high-low pro. And yeah, you do have access in that in the main channel bar, not the docking channel bar, because but go to the Traders Vault and you'll find that extreme volume high-low pro. That's the one I'm referring to, which is my favorite scan as far as playing momentum, because it has to. And these are the reason you're not going to get as many symbols coming through this as you are this extreme master blaster and some of your other momentum scans. And the reason is that stock has to be hitting a 10-day high, and it has to be close to breaking out of a 20-day high. Has to be doing, insane volume. So a lot of these, you're going to get a nice move. Now this one, once again, understanding your levels, where to go. It found that next high, and it just kind of backed off from it. There you go again. This is one probably was coming through here yesterday as well. And what did it do? It fulfilled its destiny and took out that high over there. I can't tell you guys how many times GOV, once again, looking at it after this move, and if you're watching it today, it actually came through Barry's option scanner alert. Now, it was pretty close to this high, but still, if it gets through this area, hey, maybe the next area you're looking at is this possible $9 level. These kind right here, these SPACs, they're very dangerous. They're low float. Everything's on the come. They don't have any really cash right now. There's another one. Got through this level, and now your next high is right here. It looks like it probably wants to go there. Okay, that's another 50 cents. And I'm not making any guarantees, but through my expertise of watching charts, I would say there's probably an 85% chance it's going to test this level over here. It's just the way these momentum alerts work. Now, the volume in this one is not huge. Okay, we're only at 1.58, so that's not huge, but still, just keep that in the back of your mind. Okay, just remember Star Wars. It's your destiny. All right, KR. Let me ask Andy, can you take a look at AEMD and ONTX from the Barry's option scanner? Okay, let's just do that. I'm missing that. It must be on the other option channel, scanner than the one I have. So let me just take a minute and take a look at it. Let's see. Well, you know what? It's not bad. I like that it's obviously, I don't know what happened here. Huge volume day right here. I don't know what was going on. There's some news. Sold off, held to 50, yesterday, and now is trying to hold it again today. Not bad. You know, it's one. This is definitely going to be what you call a momentum trade, because when there's no momentum, you can see the average volume is pretty much anemic. Okay, so you want the volume to stay up in this, and you can already see, even after this 100 million share day, it's already back down to where it's only doing, you know, maybe probably does a million a day unless some more momentum. But I like the pattern that's setting up right here. Now, what I would do in a case like this, I probably wouldn't do anything right now, but what I would do is set an alert at today's high. And my hope would be that it would not go through there today. And then, because now what you have is a couple of days pullback, and now you could possibly get what's called a reversal tomorrow, you know, or Monday, I should say. So as a trader, this is one I would like to set up and not, you know, go through highs today and just kind of slop around. You'd kind of like a pattern to set up, and you had a couple of days of sell-off and even green bodies, so that would be encouraging. So, you know, if it fails, in other words, if it fails and can't hold on to this 50, you definitely stand, you know, a gap fill, maybe at least down to this moving averages. Maybe by then it's just below 4 or something like that. So you might want to, you know, just stick an alert down there just in case, you know, it does get a gap fill. But these crazy stocks like that, you never know. It could if volume comes in, news comes in, it could take off at any minute, or it could sell back down to $3 or, you know, some change. Okay, the next one is ONTX, and I'm a little more familiar with that one coming through Barry's. Yeah, I'm not seeing, this is ugly. I'm not seeing anything here. You know, that's so disheartening when you get that huge volume. Okay, and now after that huge volume day, it's trading below, you know, below the gap. It filled the gap and it's trading below, so there's something going on that's not right. So this is on all-time lows. Yeah, I would not be interested in this one at all. I mean, I think it's just, I mean, I don't want to try to talk you out of anything, but just me personally, yeah, it actually looks like it's going lower. I don't know what's going on as far as the news that would cause that, but not one I would be playing with, that's for sure. Hope that helps you out. I mean, you know, if you're looking for day trading, maybe it's something you could, you know, scalp if it gets a little, you know, pop above 425 or something like that. But I'm just not seeing anything right here constructive about that chart. And I hate to say it, but it's hideous. All right, David, AXNX. Let's take a look. Yeah, there you go, David. See, this one doesn't look bad. It's Friday. The volume is not all there, so you got to be careful with something like that. It's not too much of a low float, but still, with that kind of volume, you know, you could have your sudden moves. $7 stock. Look how it defended that 50-period moving average. That's so you got your 50 right here. It's been defending this 50 for some time now. And then the last 4 days, it defended it as well. Five days, is it? No. Wait, is there a bar right there? What's going on? Looks like it has to be. So now you're trying to get above your 10-period moving average here. So, and not only that, you have a kind of a downtrend that it still needs to get through, kind of right there. So over the last couple of weeks. But yeah, if it can pop above, you know, that downtrend and the moving average, could be into something. But relative volume's low today. You know, I don't know if this is a swing trade or what, but just typical Friday, you know, where the volume dies up and you get a lot of noise. But not bad, David. Y'all bear with me. I'll get some water here. Why are there discrepancies for? Is that $3? Is that what you meant for short and to form our stocks on TI? Yeah, we're going to be, as far as your insider buys and sales, we're going to be adding that in soon. When we kind of did our rebuild on this single stock window and changed a few of the graphics, we lost that, but don't worry, it's coming back. It's coming back. Let me make sure I'm in the dev version here. News, no, okay, but I was told in our last meeting, we have unusual options. Are you looking to add something else? You can add the unusual option buying. Are you referring to the single stock window still, Asiri? Okay. I tell you, total option volume. Okay, but unusual. Oh, okay. So you can't add that into. It's not something I usually just keep it in my in a window that if I'm looking at options. But let me see here. Let's see what we have. Okay, so option volume today doesn't work for you. You're looking for unusual. When you use a different adjective than unusual, because I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for. What I would like to have is a relative option volume. That would be nice, and I may submit that to them. I don't know if it's something they can do. I don't know why not, but well, we have short float. A short squeeze is just basically figuring out when there's a short squeeze going on. What I look for when I'm looking for short squeezes is looking for a basically a very high short interest and then volume. Like basically looking for it coming through. Steve has Siri. Steve has a great little top list he uses for. Let me see if I have it. He calls it, what does he call it? A table. Mine's a little bit different than him, the A table. Let's pull it up and take a look. And I don't have anything in there. Let's see, maybe somehow my symbol list, all symbols. Yeah. Short float. Let's jack this up. Stock composite. Let's take this off right quick. That's it. Let's take this up to at least 15%. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this. This is an older version of the short float, but I don't know why I'm not getting any data. Let's just take out everything. My own history or something. Yeah, this may be. I hadn't pulled this up in a while. It's sometimes if you have a real old alert, and I'm working on a dev version, it may not accept this one right here. So if you're interested, Siri, send it to info@trade-ideas.com. Ask for the A table, and Steve will get it for you. This is the only one I have. It's not something I really use a whole lot, but you can find some good ones in there. Okay, because you can sort it by. Well, shoot, let's just try to build a new one and see what happens. And I'll name mine something different since I don't want to mess with Steve's. Short float. %, or greater. It's always a good little exercise to build things. All right, and then we'll come in here, and we don't need anything but short float at 15%. Interest. And let's do volume today. Let's do volume today, at least 200,000 shares. And we are going to do symbol list to make sure we're on all symbols, and columns are the important things. Okay, so we definitely want, don't need that. Oh gosh, did I click fresh? Oh gosh, I don't think I started from scratch. Let me try this again. Okay, and let's go over here. Let's call it big short float. Okay, and then go in and add our columns. There we go. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to look when you're working on a new price list. Change from close. Let's add relative volume. Definitely want short float. And we can go ahead and add float in there too. And let's add 5-minute volume, so maybe you can see things that are coming in with big volume and the current rate. Show column. All right, and we're going to sort by change from close. Let's see what we got here. There we go. Perfect. All right. So look at there. We have, let me make this a little bit bigger. Move this over here. Perfect. All right. So this is something that you could have up, guys, just running in your screen if you're looking for short float. Okay, we know it has to be greater than 15%. Okay, so now we got GOV, which is, and there it is on highs. So if you're watching this morning and it comes through Barry's window for options, and you have this window and you see, wow, this has almost a 30% short float. This may be one to have on the radar. And this is how you tell when there's a short squeeze going on, is when you have something doing high relative volume and there's a pretty decent short float. A lot of times, I'm not saying that's always the case. It's nothing but a short squeeze. I mean, a lot of times it can be a very viable company for some reason, just a lot of people on the wrong side. But a lot of times it's nothing but a short squeeze, and it's nice sometimes to get on the right side of those and not be stuck short. Okay, let's take a look at A-core here, see what's going on. Now there's your flagging pattern too. You got an up move and it's flagging, and you have 15% short float. Not a huge short float, but still enough. Play, look at that move in play. Speaking of play, I kid you not, guys. I'm going to pull up the weekly on this one. This is, I made some really good money on it, but I could have just, if I just would have held a little bit. I'll say, so back during the pandemic, when all the restaurants were getting hit because, oh no, this pandemic, they're going to close down all the restaurants. I bought this thing, I kid you not, at $4.85. Let me pull up the weekly. Down here. I bought it at $4.85, Now, I did make some good money on it, but, you start sitting through this and, comes, runs up to 18, comes all the way back to 9. But I remember telling one of my friends, I said, you know what? I'm just going to hold this. If they come out of this and everything ends up being okay, this thing could be back to $50. But I don't, and it's so hard to do when you're an active trader, and, but if I just put 500 of it away and just forgot about it, a lot of times just do that because I can't. But anyway, I'll share this. And like I said, if you have Steve A table, it's a lot like it. But if you don't, hey, this is a good one. Just keep an eye on. And let me save and share to cloud. And we'll call it big short float. All right, let's see here. You know what? You can just check in. You can definitely do that. What you have to do is determine, what kind of downtrend. Now, at this point right now, we don't have the 8 EMAs. You'd have to use a 10 SMA or a 20 SMA. But you could definitely create that. You can just, let me just kind of show you. So we're going to use an alert this time. Now let's use a top list. So if it's in a downtrend, okay, Lee, it's going to be tough to do. Because typically, obviously, if a stock's in a downtrend, it cannot be for too many days, or obviously it's going to be below your 10-day moving average. So in other words, obviously, if it's in a downtrend for 10 days straight, it's below its 10-day moving average. Just makes sense. You're welcome, Mike C. But here's what I got. This is, and you may not have this one just checking, but let me show you one that I built a while back. It's called I'll Take That, Thank You. And guys, I haven't brought this one up a while. It can be a really great alert if you're looking for people panicking out of trade in stocks that have moved up recently, but for some reason they're getting hit and they're hitting their 10-day moving average. And I think I got to fix that to where it's a 10-day. Hold on, because it's back at the time. Okay, I actually have an 8-day SMA, so this may work for you, okay? And what I've done is I've kind of bracketed. Let me do this. We're going to put in a 10. Now you could put in the 8 if you wanted to. Change from 10-day SMA. All right, so we're just going to bracket this -0.05. No, I'm sorry, -0.05, and then we're going to put 0.05 right here. Now the stock has to be up in the last 20 days at least 10%. So you've had a nice up move. Now you can take this and work around with it, and maybe the move doesn't have to be that strong for you. And the change from the close, it has to be down on the day. In other words, I want to find stocks that are coming down and hitting their 10-period SMA. All right, so let's just fire this up, and let's take a look at our stocks today. Make sure it's working. So right at the open is VLTA, and that is a new issue. I don't even know why that would be in there because it wouldn't even have a 10-day SMA right now. So let me just go up here to things I know that have been trading. Is this looking at yesterday? Did I hit yesterday? Huh. Okay, that one definitely did. Fizz popped, came down and hit, but it's showing me the symbol from yesterday. Okay, that's correct. Yesterday it did. Okay, this was from yesterday. Fizz, look at the open. Okay, something's jacked here. Let me pull up my old one. I don't trust anything that I just did. Probably screwed something up. Let's see if this is working. Okay, you know what, guys? I loaded a brand new dev version today, and I am seeing some issues. Yeah, these stocks are not hitting. Yeah, we're gonna scratch that one. Now that one probably did close to it. That one definitely did. Yeah, I don't know what those ones from this morning are doing. And this one doesn't even have a 10-day SMA yet. That one's nowhere near its 10-day SMA. Yeah, I'm going to have to report. This is, like I said, I just downloaded this dev version, and there's definitely some issues, so I'll have to report that one. Luckily, guys, we worked through this before you get these versions. This is why before you get a beta version, we get what's called a dev version, where we play around and make sure these things are working. And this is not. Yeah. So I'm going to have to report this. All right, we're going to scratch that. I'm not going to share any of that stuff with you. Oh, gosh, thank you, Mike. Gosh, I'm on a weekly chart. Oh, I forgot I changed that one to a weekly. Thank you. Oh, man.
MTNB.
It's Friday. All right, let's pull it back up and go over the... Duh. All right. There we have them. Now we're talking. Okay, thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. So it's looking for stocks that have moved up but are pulling back and touching or close to touching their 10-period moving average. And you can see if you had bought any of these this morning, for the ones I went over, you did pretty good. That one you would have had a little bit of pain, but still. That one a little bit of pain. But I'll share this one with you, okay? And this is, like I said, this is looking for the 8 SMA, but you can kind of marry it up with the 10. So let me go in here and share this with you. Trying to remember, I think it was just checking. Oh, man. I was going crazy. Thank you, Mike. But just checking, that's really the only way. They can't, like I said, obviously they cannot be in a big downtrend to be bouncing off like an 8 EMA or a 10 SMA. They have to be kind of doing a sudden move maybe over the last couple of days after a kind of a big move higher. A good swing trade scanner. Yeah, this one right here, this pullback above 50. Oh, this is somebody's. This chart's looking good. I'm not going to buy it. It's Friday, but that's a nice looking chart there. But pullback above 50 SMA long swing is a good one. And as a matter of fact, it's in our swing channel. So if you pull up the docking, go to the dock channel bars and go to our swing channel, swing ideas. You're going to find, I got it labeled in here, pullback bar reversal. It's the same exact one as that one I have in my window. And what it's looking for is stocks that are, not a good example there. Let me, because that looks like a buyout, but let me go to today, see what we got coming through there. AMKR is stocks that have pulled back, but they're above their 50-day SMA. Now, you would have gotten this AMKR on this day right here as well, as soon as it took out this high on that day right there. Okay, not a lot of things coming through here today. Okay, it's kind of strange. I don't know because it's Friday, but this is a good one. Just go to the dock channel, go to new, right, and go to the dock channel bar, and then just pull up the swing ideas. There's some good ones in here. And this is where I find a lot of my ideas is revenue growth fishing. It's a good one. You find some stocks that are kind of turning the corner after being down in their lower part of their 3-month range. Okay, yeah, you got to kind of get creative, to find those, but this one I just told you about, just checking. I'm telling you, I have found so many good trades, out of this one. A great example. Jeez. See, this is the bug we have in this one. Overstock. Overstock was in this one right here, okay? And look at the reversal it had. So just check and be sure to look at that revenue growth fishing. I'm telling you, you can find some beauties in there, and Overstock is a great example. If you go back and go to history of that trade 3 days ago, you're going to see Overstock was in there. So great. Perfect one of what you're talking about. Okay, stock sold off, and then now it's reversal. And what I normally look for about 6 weeks worth of bottoming out. Okay, so that is a good one. As a matter of fact, that is why I was in plug. Look at the revenue, quarterly revenue growth, 73. Well, it started popping in there. I think, yeah, right through here, in here. Was showing up. Okay, you got it. Yeah, Jeff, just go through that. Just go to that dock channel bar and go to our swing ideas, and you'll find it in there. It's the same one. You're welcome, Mike. See, thank you for helping me out and telling me how dumb I was to have my chart on a weekly. Now, I will say this, when you're looking at that revenue growth fishing, and you can see that I have that on my main screen. This is one of my favorite alerts, and you can, Shaq's having a decent move today. Now, you got to be careful, okay? So look at this action right here. You when you're wrong, I get out, or maybe I just buy half size. I'm kind of doing that right now in AAHT. Okay, now I'm in about half size because this thing has revenue growth, but boy, it's been basing for a long time. The problem is trying to be right. So you don't, if you're going to be early, like I like to be, a lot of times I'll buy these before they go. I just buy small size, get a position, get it on my blotter so I can see it, and then when it breaks out, typically I'll buy some more. But you can find some pretty good ones in here. Now I tell you this is one of my favorite is when the market, you've had a sell-off in the market, and this is populating. Okay, because these have to be near a kind of a 10-day high. So a lot of times you'll see like the overall market getting hit, but you'll see things in here that are setting up for a possible move. And basically, it's relative strength, very similar to what you saw in Overstock. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this because Overstock, look right here. Now the market was getting hit pretty hard, but this thing was staying above its moving averages, holding on, doing very well when the market was selling off hard. I'm angry I did not get this one, okay? But nonetheless, that's the kind of things I'm looking for. Well, thank you, If Tuber. That's Tuber. That's very nice of you. I appreciate it. I always makes me feel good when I can share some ideas that can possibly help others become better traders. But I got about 3 minutes left, and I will be turning it over to Barry, back to Barry. Probably done for today as far as, let's see something that really jumps out at me. Okay, ARWR. ARWR, yeah, this is this is probably one I would wait. So that's a good question. I mean, you definitely got a level of resistance here. Okay, if you just take it and draw a line, right at that 20 period moving average, you're going to see it's almost kind of a pivot line. And you had a couple of days right there, and then it broke through. So I would definitely probably want it to get above that 20, and then I would probably look for a little bit of volume coming in. Not that it has to have it, but yeah, I would probably look. Now this one may be setting up good for Monday. You have a go day, and then you have a pause day where it doesn't do a whole lot, and then maybe it goes again. But doesn't look bad at all. Always like to. Oh yeah, and that is on the and this is kind of forming a nice little possibly upside down head and shoulders. Okay, there's your left shoulder, there's your head, and now you have your right shoulder. So yeah, interesting pattern there. I mean, if it does get through, you're definitely going to have some issues up here at the 70 level, but that's a nice little trade, even if it gets up there. So not a bad one. Not typically not my style. I typically look for maybe some lower price stocks with doing a little more volume. Looking for a big push, but not bad at all, David. Yeah, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. All right, guys, I'm going to notify Barry that he can come back in, and you guys have a great weekend. Thank you for all your kind comments. Thanks, Mike.
I'd like to know more about that. What does that actually mean, though? Does that mean that in theory, the IB charts will be replaced by the TradingView charts? Is that what you mean? At no additional cost? But it'll probably be an add-on price. I can't imagine it'll be free. Um, I cannot believe that Interactive Brokers will not have OTC. I mean, you can select OTC. I can't imagine that they won't have OTC pricing anymore. Oh, I agree, Becca. I absolutely agree. It would make sense also because yeah, I mean, listen, I have one IB chart up. Why? Just because I want to see what the pre-market highs were, because we start our data at 7, instead of not at 4 Eastern time. So that's the only reason I have an IB chart up, just to see. But they're antiquated, old, not great looking, etc., etc., etc. Not that they really bother me. I don't find a real problem with them, but I know people get really bent out of shape about their charts. So okay, so if they thought internally, well, instead of having to revise all of our charts, sink money into it, I mean, if they partner with TradingView and it's part of their package, hey, that'd be awesome. Okay, guys, again, that ATUS, if you took that trade, here's the struggle. The struggle is right, whoops, why did I have that one? ATUS, the struggle is right at that 21 mark. Now, as somewhat predicted, I just didn't think Nerve, had enough to get through all of this. So that's why I talked about it as something I wouldn't take. I just wouldn't take it. Just because it came from the auction scanner doesn't mean, of course, I'm just going to blindly take everything. But just looked like it was too much resistance. So far, so good. Yeah, well, I've talked about DATS for a while now, guys. It's starting to. It reminds me a little bit of how it traded yesterday, a little bit. Because if you recall yesterday, it had a couple of tease areas. We had this big pop. This was at about 12:45. We had the big pop. It rested, looked like, all right, it's going to keep going, and then it dropped. And then all of a sudden we had another massive pop at 2:45. So about 2 hours later, it started. Look how choppy it's been, but now that it's over that 11 mark, it looks like now it's going to leave 11 behind. And of course, has no resistance. Why? It's all-time high. Our little Canadian cannabis play, floral growth. Real is talking about floral growth, FLGC. Yeah, no kidding. Look at this. Look at the volume that came in. Why wouldn't it appear in mine? Relative volume is very, very light, but it is picking. Obviously, that's going to change very soon. Doesn't trade options, so of course it wouldn't show up on the option scanner. But yeah, look at the volume. Joe Dagger, Mr. Dagger. Whoa, look at MRM. I think somebody get knocked out of that. That was a massive drop for MRM. Look at MRM. Now, I can't take this. I mean, it's just too extended right now. But let's take a look on the left. This is probably something that Real, Zach, William are going to want to short. Well, it's the classic Benzinga headline. Spike higher in volume, not seeing company news. There it is. Nothing. No. I don't know. Maybe some room got a hold of it. I have no idea. Well, that is a drop and a half for MRM. Look at this. I mean, there's a top right up here. I mean, remember now, this is a 2-minute chart, so it's 12:52. down, basically dropped $1 and then almost another 50 cents, just like that. And why? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is sort of a headline, but you know, stock surged Thursday. And now it's profit taking. I don't know. I mean, that's, first of all, I thought it went up a crazy amount just because they're going to buy a company for $3 million. You know, so it got up to 18, closed at 12, moving down. And yeah, no shorts for me either. But it doesn't matter now. That's possible. We have no short float percent whatsoever on this one. Very low float. And we couldn't short it at IB. Well, I can see the 3-month. I mean, yeah, I mean, this yesterday is all the volume. Whoa, DATS, guys. Look at DATS. Strength is right. You just had to clear that 11 for about the 100th time. And now look at it. And again, no resistance other than profit taking, other than outside, you know, Bollinger Bands and things like that. So when I say no resistance, I'm just talking about looking left. There's nothing. Why? It's all-time high. I mean, I don't know where this is going. I can't remember the news. Oh yeah, that's right. On the 22nd, it had their news, announced its partnership and with influencer campaign with Isaiah. How is Isaiah doing? I haven't seen this one for a long time. This used to pop up every now and then. So this is this has not done anything for their share price. All right, guys. Well, now the market's become interesting for me again. How far are you going to go? Now, parabolic? Sure, why not? It is shortable in interactive brokers, but right now this is super strong. Not that many shares, 51,000 shares at interactive brokers for DATS. Well, they had news on the 22nd, such as it is. I mean, I don't, but to me, it's not, it wasn't major news, but that was on the 22nd. No news today. It's just now extending, you know. I mean, traders are into it. Somebody said the float was 13 million. Yeah, we have no information on that. Yeah, so FinVid says 11.28 million. Just a minute. All right, guys, I'm just again getting our developers to figure out why we don't have why our stupid provider. I don't mind, listen, call it what it is. Our provider doesn't have any float info on DATs. It looks like it's around 11 million. Okay, guys, well, as somewhat predicted, that 22 level, the 21 level for ATUS just proved to be too tough to get through. So turned into, not a bad 40 to 50 cent trade for ATUS. Mentioned this one earlier. This is an earnings play, more expensive than I like to trade, but it's still inching its way up. PRGS earnings play. This could easily, it's almost an all-time high. The all-time high is over here at 52.50. I'm sorry. So it's at an all-time high. The reason why it doesn't say 100% is because it doesn't count today's. No, it sounds a little bit crazy. It doesn't count today's high. So it's always looking left to see what the next what the all-time high was, not counting today. So anyway, this could easily, for those of you who like to potentially swing trade something that's strong. I'm not saying to take this trade, but it's an earnings trade. It could have second, third, fourth day continuation off earnings. It's basically an all-time high. So obviously there is no resistance. So I'm just pointing something out. I know. I checked Benzinga for that. Actually, it says 11.28. That's what I have, 11.28. 17 outstanding, 11.28 in the float. That's what I see right now, looking at it right now. MTCR, yes, it just triggered in my new highs. Well, I think the difference might be yeah, I can't remember what this was. I don't know if this was a SPAC or change symbols or something like that. DATS is definitely, I mean, DATS is a, I mean, you're right. I mean, it could, anything could happen. But with DATS, this was an IPO, a very cheap one. I mean, last month, a very cheap one. Yeah, it's hard. What we had, 10, FinViz has 10% short interest. So, I mean, yeah, SPRT was huge in terms of the short interest. FinViz has 10, what I have here for FinViz, 17 million outstanding, 11.2 million in the float, 10.76 short float interest. Or percent, sorry. V-Ray, let's take a look at V-Ray from David, see what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, it's got room to the 888 mark, I guess. And it's been on a run. I can't take it now. It's too extended. Not a low float. Just trying to see if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news today for V-Ray. Meanwhile, what's the market? I haven't even looked at the market. So the market's basically flat. You know, Dow is down a little, SPY is up a little, Tech is down a little. Let's take a look at the sectors just to see if there's anything interesting happening. Okay, so at the beginning of the day, everything was down. The only one that was was utilities were at 50-50. When I say the beginning of the day, when we looked at this in the pre-market, okay? So now you can get a quick snapshot what the strong sectors are. So the strongest sector right now is financials. I'm sorry, energy. Look at it. Well, energy. But other than energy, financials. That's the strongest sector. What does that number mean, that 82%? That means that compared to yesterday's close, 82% of the stocks that make up the XLF financial sector are up for the day. I'm sorry, above yesterday's close. So if you were looking at getting into something and it happened to be a financial, you'd say, odds are in my favor. As an example, as opposed to, do I want to take a real estate play? Maybe not. All right, AEHR on the move again, as Real was pointing out. On the 15-minute chart, you can see the trend. and he said something else, but almost the high again, all-time high, of course. So again, that 131%, that refers to the fact that it's looking here. I guess that was the all-time high, 1258. Boy, DATS is still, boy, I mean, it has a shot to get through another whole number. A little pullback, but looks still kind of strong. I am not back in this one. Hey guys, the ATUS may be poised again. I'm just looking at this red bar. Is that a red bar ignored? Let me see. A red bar ignored. Not quite. I'm going to stick an alert. Maybe get me back in this one. 2108. 2108 takes that out. It's got a shot. You know, there's the 22 mark. Look at all that happen in the pre-market, after hours. So it's got a shot, I guess, if it can take out 21 again, to get into this area. That's not a red bar ignored classically, but especially if you get some volume to pop it through 21. I'm talking about the ATUS. So just set a price alert. You know, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Well, it's difficult for me to. I don't have like necessarily set rules, Apex Trader, but I mean, if I look at this would be a bit of an anomaly for me because I don't typically trade things that are not at the high of the day or near the high of the day. But for instance, this one right here, you know, I've been talking about it. I mean, if it took out that whole number and I look left, it's got room. If it took out the whole number on volume, it becomes something I would probably take as an example. Now, a high of the day breakout trade, imagine if at the high of the day it was doing this. Okay, something like this basing and then, you know, popping out on volume. So a little bit of a base and then popping out on volume. You know, depends on the time frame. I mean, that's an hour right here. Always looking for a little bit of, it doesn't have to be an hour. I mean, this happens to be an hour, but you know, just a bit of a rest, especially if it's below a whole number. I love those. And then a whole number break. I know Real doesn't agree, but you know, it's just an algos, but you know, I've just seen it so many times that stocks get kind of stuck right around a whole number. The other thing too, Apex, a lot of it has to do with how much room I see looking left on the daily, weekly, and monthly. Okay, so if I see a ton of room, then it doesn't have to be the best pattern necessarily, for me anyway. But I do want to see volume. So even if it's not necessarily the best pattern, a little bit of a rest, you know, it could be a pullback, and then all of a sudden it just pops through with lots of volume, and if I'm looking left, and I see no resistance for a long time, I could take that trade. So a lot of it, well, not necessarily a whole number, okay? I mean, I happen to mention a whole number, but I just wish I had an example. To me, it's way more important when I look left and if I see room. Room meaning okay, look at the nerve alert that I had from the option scanner. So I talked about it and I said, okay, I don't like it. Why? Look at the daily chart here. So remember, we had the alert at $1.91. It was setting up okay. There it was right there, okay? But I kept saying, look left, look left, look left, look left up here. And it had all this stuff at around that $2 mark. And I just thought, I don't think it can take it out. So when I looked left on that one, I just wasn't interested. It had two things it had to do. It had to get through the whole number, and it had to try to get through all this. So that, to me, became a very uninteresting trade. If we get one that pops, see, look at the PALT. Look where it got to, P-A-L-T. 387. What's that high right there? 383. What's the high there? 378. What's the high here? 375. You see this area right there? So if I'd had the alert, right here at 360, I'd be looking left and I'm going, I don't think I can get through here. I mean, it might, but I think it's going to struggle. I don't like struggles. Okay, I want to see a very, very clean looking daily chart when I look left. If all of this had been below that price and I'm looking left and the next high is way up here at 450 or so, then it becomes something I really, really want to look at. So a lot of my trading is based on looking left. That's probably the first criterion for me. Does it have time to move to 50? You're not serious, right? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I mean, this one is still interesting. I mean, the problem is, I mean, these are fairly wide ranges, 16.10 down to, 15, but dollar. So, you can't probably take as many shares because you're going to have this whippiness, but this is still interesting. It's an all-time high. It's kind of, it's just hanging around this area. If all of a sudden you got volume in here, it'll explode again. It's an earnings play, such as it is. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay, Zoro. You know what? I'm sorry, guys. I should have mentioned this one. It's I saw it on my thumbnail charts. ML. I saw this little break here. I thought, that's interesting. Remember, this became this was Fuse, and then it became ML yesterday. Okay, Money Line. So this was Fuse was the SPAC, which merged then with this and started a new symbol, ML, Money Lion. Well, I'm glad I got it. I mean, the GoEv, there was the struggle area. Remember I said I took some out here. Didn't like the fact that all this was up here. This was the next high, I think right here, 867. And what did I get to? It got to 858, so within 9 cents of that high, and then it just stopped. I mean, it's amazing, amazing how many times that happens. Now, I will say this, it did get through this area here. I was a little surprised it got through this 835 fairly easily. Aha, go guys. Now this is getting interesting. This go is basically an all-time, well, there's the all-time low. 21.98, getting closer, takes out 22. This came on my option scanner on the way down. It did have a little pull up here, but now it's starting to fade again. This takes out 22, maybe it gets to a 21.90. That'll get me interested in taking this trade on a short. The reason why, I want to see it take out 22, of course, but I don't want it just to be like a 21.99. I want to see it leave 22 by at least 10, 15 cents even. Lots of shorts available at IB, almost 1 million shorts, so that's not an issue. Which is kind of a gauge also. I mean, the more shorts, the more brokerage companies that have shorts available, that can put more, of course, downward pressure. And the market, yeah, the market's putting in a bit of a red bar now. All right, guys, well, things are slowing down again for me. I'm not getting too many new alerts. Yeah, I really didn't have what I would call a big stock of the day, okay, when I did the video. I could have picked a couple from my my option scan, but they were pretty choppy. I wouldn't call them easy trades. So the one I picked was from the AI. I mean, it's back. Yeah, I mean, it's back above the alert. But I picked it because it had all this room. I was just pointing out how this could, in theory, now it's had a pop-up, but in theory, could have something that's going to keep moving it down on Monday. So today was not, for me anyway, a great day to highlight any specific stock that from my scanners. I'm not saying there wasn't anything from anybody else's scanner, but yeah, actually it is, you're right. You're right, I am surprised. Okay, guys, AEHR just made another high here. Right at these levels here, right here, takes that out, look out. I mean, again, look at the float, 20 million in the float. Lots of action about it. Earnings play, on and on and on. All-time high. Lots of things going for it. Much ado about nothing with the VTVT. Look at this, big pop after hours. It's slid all day. Same can be said about the Zevo. I mean, big pop, pre-market, just slid all day. Okay, so what I have to do with the Go is make sure I do have my price alert set. I want to set it for around 21.90 and see if it takes out 21.90 on the Go. LPTX, let's see, take a look at LPTX. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's had a great run, great month. When did it start off at 157? Let's see, 378, 451 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart, I think. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you can get through this right here, that high right there, I mean, then you're looking, way up here, 8. Had some news, I guess. I don't know what the news was. I can't remember. It's not an earnings play. November 11th earnings. Must have had some news here to get it running a bit. It's not a low float. Not crazy low, I should say. It's 46 million. That's not crazy high, but it's not crazy low. Okay, so this ATUS is getting a little more interesting the longer it holds us underneath. The longer it holds underneath, if we ever get some volume to pop it through, it's got some room to get to the 22 mark. Just look at, again, I know I keep repeating myself, but just look at the pre-market action and after hours action for ADAS. Right around 22. So if it can find its way through 21 on volume, that might get it running. How is Emily doing, by the way, William? Should have asked you way before. What's the float on LILM? Don't know. We don't have float information on it. Now, before I dump on our provider, LILM is not even listed in FinViz as anything. So now I know it was an IPO last week. William, are you kidding me? You're going to be a week off? What the hell? I know you went crazy when you had your internet down for a couple of days. Oh, one day off. I'm sorry. I thought it said the whole trading week. All right, guys. Well, it looks like DATS is not going to anytime soon. Anyway, maybe later on in the day. It's been a choppy, very choppy. Look at the 15-minute chart. Been choppy trader all day. Got fortunate on that run almost straight up. All right, a crowd favorite in the past has been this ATER, A-T-E-R. Let's take a look at ATER. It's making a bit of a move here over the whole number. Look left, the next high is way up here at 1471. I'm not saying to take the trade, I'm just pointing it out. I know a lot of you were following ATER, A-T-E-R. Relatively low float, 25 million. Click, 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 click. Yeah, I know, I know. I'm multitasking at its best. You wouldn't believe what I'm doing. Aider, guys. Yeah, Aider is, but as Real would say, it's so extended. Look at this. There's the 5 minute Bollinger Band above the 2, even inching its way above the 8. So this is getting a little bit ripe for a potential short for ATER. Wonder if Interactive Brokers has, as you call them, option charts. Okay, are you talking about this right here, the Danny? Oh, I see. You're talking about this, how we get the percent and the color? You must be in an old version of Trade Ideas because this has been around for a bit. So I don't know what version. If you click on help, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If you click on help and about, about what version do you have of Trade Ideas, Danny? At any rate, if you download the latest version from the website, you'll have this. IB does have option charts. Interesting. I don't even know what that means really, but let's. Are you talking about option chain, option trader, option analysis in IB? Or are you talking about from within a chart? So you're not talking about from within the IB chart. So I know you're not talking about this, just the option chain. You're not talking about this. That's okay. You know what? It'll probably just confuse the heck out of me. Oh, you can create a chart? All right, just for fun then. Right click, charts. Ah. Ah, I see. Cool. Not seeing anything here yet, but okay. Anyway, I just don't want to confuse myself. I got enough going on. See how this go is just kind of teasing right around that 22 mark. I really think if it can take out 22 with any authority on volume, I think that might just get it moving down. So that's what I'm just going to wait for it though. Doesn't happen. Okay, Danny, did that make sense then? If you have the latest version of Trade Ideas, you'll have, the question was, how do you get both the color and the percent in these ranges? It depends on what version of Trade Ideas you're on, but certainly the latest production version will have this, and that of course is from our website. This is not an option, it just is. Well, all you have to do is click on help. Danny, click on help and about, okay? And if you still have something that says 4 point something or other, then you are really behind the times, okay? Now, I'm on a development version, so you won't see this. A lot of volume came into ATER, a lot of volume. Look at this, look at that volume bar right there. That is the second largest of the day, and it still has about 3.5 minutes to close. And if you're wondering, how do I know that? Well, look at your computer clock, okay? So look at that. There's the biggest one. Usually the biggest one is the opening 15-minute candle. For most charts, you'll see that. But look at this. Volume picking up. That's possible too, Danny. That is great to hear, Abundant. Yeah, it took a while getting used to Yeti, but I was able to, especially, first of all, I was never one to have sector, all these columns that take up a lot of space. I was never one to have them anyway. But I have been able to work around it pretty easily now. I know exactly what you're talking about. This, trying to adjust these column widths, etc. But I've been able to now do it relatively easily, so that everything. I mean, look, everything I see has got all the columns exactly where I want them. It took a bit, but for me, the benefits outweighed that. What was happening before. When it was first released, it was awful. But I understand, I get it. It's not everybody's cup of tea. So, but I do like the new beta now, now the new production version. It depends when you had it. I mean, again, but if you're somebody who wants to have these columns You know, things with the description and industry group and sectors and company name. If that's important to you, then, which it was never for me, okay, but if that's important to you, it's really going to mess it up, yes, because it's going to take up too much column width. So that's what it looks like. I'm looking at what you shared there. I mean, depends. I guess it depends on, you know, how much screen space you've got. Because I mean, I've got lots of screen space. I've got three big monitors, 32-inch monitors. So you know, but if I wanted to, I could always, you know, change some things. I can always. I'm surprised you're having that problem. What if you just widen the window itself? I mean, I know that should do it, but you see what I'm doing. I'm able to, within reason, to start to, you know, make the price columns a little bit smaller, shrink the time. I'm able to do it. Within reason. Why don't you give me that doc, okay? Let me see. Let me see if you can give me that doc as a link, as a cloud link. Let me just take a look at it, okay? If you don't mind. You know how to do that? Did you save it, or did you get too frustrated? No, but all you have to do is save the doc. Okay, so if you just go into the doc, right click, save or share to cloud as an example. Okay, and you gave it a name. I hope if you gave it a name, you'll see the name here, and then just save it or save and share. So it's not going to give me the entire layout. It'll just give me the doc. That doc window. Does that make sense? And then I can load it, and it won't be a layout. Oh, it's not a docked window. Oh, I see. I see. You still had them in free floating. Oh, okay. Yeah, then I can't really help. I mean, if you want to spend the time and take those windows and create a dock, and then even if it doesn't look good, and then hand it to me, I can take a look. But okay, so that is just a dock window, right? Promise me it's not a layout. Okay. Okay, so you just want to see this. So I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish here. You just want to you just want to see the symbol. Well, I mean, within reason. I mean, I can make it as, I mean, within reason. I've shrunk it all the way down here. I mean, it has to be a certain size. I mean, is that not bad? I mean, I don't know. You just want to see the symbol, nothing else? Okay, so are we good? Oh, I see. Okay. Now, the other thing is, I don't know if, you know what? Well, I don't know if this has any bearing on it, but if you click on options, tools, options, notice it says layouts. It says auto size columns, okay? Now that's what I have it checked on. I don't know if that makes a difference also, but that's what I have it on. I don't know if you had that option in your current production build. And that's in tools, from the toolbar, tools, options, layouts. You mess with that? Okay. It didn't matter? Okay. Well, you saw what I was able to do, so hopefully you can do the same. Well, guys, DATS has been a choppy one, but there's a cross actually, also a cross right there on the 2-minute chart, 1150, 2-minute cross, 8 EMA crossing above. But it's been choppy because before, about, I don't know, 30 minutes before, there was a cross down. So it's been choppy. I just think that this, this has a chance to really do something. I mean, 13% now, but not a bad IPO though. Cheap IPO, very, very dirt cheap IPO. So it's basically doubled from last month. Not too many have done that. Wow, look at Ater now, guys. Whoa, ATER. I mean, it hasn't it sort of pulled back, but again, looking left, 1471. So I mean, it still has room. Yeah, this is shortable too at Interactive Brokers, even 384,000. So there are a lot of shorts available, probably in many brokerages for ATER, ATER. That I can't tell you, Yeti. I've used this same single stock window forever. Okay, this is when I went to the newest version. This is nothing happened for me. I've used this forever, this format. So that I can't. That I don't know. Yeah, that I really don't know. I've used this format forever, and when I went to the new version, nothing changed for me. Yeah, that 21 was too tough for it to break for the ATUS. It looks like it's on its way down. You know what else is kind of moving here? I've just thumbnailed. Is the PTGX. I mean, it's been chopping around. What was the high yesterday? 1803, so it's above yesterday's high. The high looking left again is 2044. I mean, it had the horrible day. Bad news for PTGX on that day. Continued down the following day, and it's just had, modest recovery. Though some might say that's a pretty big recovery. I mean, the low was around 1280. So, I mean, it's, let's call it 13. So it's at a $5 run. Ooh, 212 guys. Questions. Ask me questions. I mean, one more time, just talk about the test drive and my homepage. Won't torture you guys any more about that. All right, test drive. All right, click on that test drive link. What do you see? This is what you'll see, October. All right, so the test drive starts in a little over 2 weeks. 2 weeks this coming Monday. You can sign up for $11.11. You'll get 10 trading days, as long as you can take advantage of between the 11th and the 22nd, okay? That is 2 weeks, 10 trading days for $11.11. You'll have our full premium service. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade the AI, okay? Which I don't agree with anyway, but that's the only thing you will not be able to do. If you want, you can auto trade the AI in simulation mode just to see how it would work, which is what I would do anyway. If you were bound and determined that you said, no, I want to auto trade the AI, you better do it in simulation mode first just to see what it would be like. So that's number one. And again, these are the dates. They can't be changed. So if you can only start on the 12th, you'll get 9 days, not 10, as an example. And if you have our standard service and you want to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you're welcome to do so also for the $11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription, all right? Also, if you sign up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You're not getting any data, not getting any live data until the 11th. That's the Monday. Now, about an hour after the market closes on the Friday before, you will have access to the program, so you can play around with it. create some alerts and topless windows if you want. You can create a layout if you want. What I would do is I absolutely take a look at this, the 20 lessons, before you did anything else. I mean, try to come prepared a little bit, you know, don't just come into this test drive and not know a thing about our program. So that's the test drive. Next, my home page. AMHC guys on the move. Was this a SPAC from yesterday? AMHC, maybe not. AMHC is on the move. So again, here's my homepage link. When you click on it, this is what you'll see. A lot of information, how to take out a subscription. There's a promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You can have your choice of a month to month, which is what I recommend. If you don't know the program, do not take out a yearly subscription. These are free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon every day, noon Eastern. And the education, lots of education is here. And here are all my scans, including a sample layout. And of course, my favorite scan, the moving higher with unusually strong options. A lot of information in these two sections. So save my link and then you can take a look at that whenever you want. If you're going to take the test drive, you should take a hard look at this education section. Well, I was talking, Sam. So but I did pause for 5 seconds. But if you can't hear, can it be watched live? No. I mute myself, okay, just in case I make a mistake, okay, and then I have to start over. Though I haven't done one for a while, made a mistake for a long time. Usually I'm good in the first take, but just in case, or I have to, a phone call comes in, I pause it. So no, you cannot watch it live. You just have to go to my homepage. Go to my homepage, go to my homepage, that homepage link, and where it says stock of the day videos, click here, and here they are. Okay, here they are. Today's has not been posted yet. Well, I've already done it, William. I do it at noon. And again, it wasn't a big deal. I really couldn't find one from my scanner. I could have picked, we had some really good ones from the scanner, but I found them a little too choppy. So I really didn't. So the only one I used was the one from the AI. It's not a big deal. It was the SCWX when I was looking at it. When I first saw it, it was doing this and it was basing. But it was a pretty good one. More about where it could have gone. I may go in the following days. That's kind of why I chose it. But today I wouldn't call, yeah, there was nothing that really, really was an amazing stock of the day. Yeah, I can do that. So there's not a... float. Okay, float turnover above. Very light day for halts. Well, we've had days where you've heard the halt scanner all day long. Very light day for the halts, which means, we haven't had insane moves. Not that many insane moves. That have required, the halt. The ride was so what was the trigger was 716. So I see at the high, or 716 or so. So at the high, yeah, it would have given almost $1. Yeah, that was it. That was it from the halt scanner for me too. HLTH. Heck of a move. All right, guys, so we only have a little more than about half an hour left. So if you have questions, please ask them. Don't be shy. Little by little. Just not my, I would never know where to get in. You're looking at this as a swing trade, so. So through the 200-day moving average. Now, 223, this one, too bad. This one showed up in my option scanner on the way down, but it is not shortable for me. Not shortable for me, XOS. Too bad, all-time low, almost an all-time low. Boy, the volume in ATER, it has not let up. I mean, this has gone really parabolic here, guys, but look at the volume. It's really not let up. Time is at 24, so this still has about 5.5 minutes to close that candle, that volume bar right there. And the activity is huge. I mean, there's lots and lots of trading right now for that one. This is what I'm talking about. So look how active it is. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. You never want to get into a stock where a window like this is not pretty active. You can get in because you want to have activity. You want to get out of a stock. It has to be trading. PTGX on the move here, guys. A little move here. XOS, guys. If anybody has shorts available for XOS, I'm not saying it's going to be super dynamic, but boy, it has no support. XOS all-time low. It was showing up on my option scanner at 566. I mean, it may not be dynamic enough, but it's an all-time low now. It's showing up here. This is what I'm talking about right there. Yeah, DATS is so interesting. I mean, takes out 12. I mean, look out. I mean, an all-time high, of course. Another little pullback here. Trend has been up though. Look at the volume that came in on that 2-minute chart. Look at the volume. It's all about volume. Yes. What is the TI strength symbol list? Okay, so if you're a subscriber, of course, you get this. You get this automatically, but this is oh, just a minute, please. My headset has just died. Just died on me. Just give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah, so if you have a standard or premium subscription, you get this, okay? But this is sort of an entry level product, if you will, for $17 a month. Every Monday, you'll be sent a list of 5 stocks. Okay, how you trade them will be up to you. I think there's a bit of yeah. So you have, how you trade them will be up to you, but you have an entry, you have a stop for each stop. Okay, how you trade them will be up to you. Some of these are pretty expensive. This one is not so okay, that's what it is, and it's basically an algorithm that takes a look and takes the top 5 stocks that appear in the algorithm every day. Typically, I'm surprised this one's here. Where is the? Okay, so the stock composite rating. Usually, it has to have a fairly high stock composite rating. Let me just see what GCI is. I'm surprised that's in the list, but it is what it is. Okay. But it's very entry level. Yeah, okay. Did have a high stock composite rating. So even though it's a cheap stock, but over the last months, years, several years, I guess, the technicals and the fundamentals have been decent. You don't know it. You don't get an email. It's part of it. You have to go to the channel bar, and it's called Strength Alerts. We don't email them out. If you okay, if you're only want that $17 a month product, then you sign up for it, and I'll post a link here. I don't talk about that too much in this room because most people are probably not as interested in something like this. And if you already have our product, then you don't need to sign up for this. But this is the Strength Alerts. You can sign up for it. Again, only if you don't have trade ideas and you're looking for a real entry-level product. Okay, so if you click on the Strength Alerts right here, this is what you're going to see. And it'll tell you what it's all about. Okay? I think we launched it, I don't know, 4 months ago maybe? Well, believe it or not, uncertainty, there are a lot of other traders out there in this world, other rooms and all, and some guy might say, hey, I'm piling into this, and it happens. Or an algorithm kicks in, or something happens, okay? Sometimes it could be some actual news. Most of the time it isn't. You too, Eric. DAT's right back up. Just give me a moment, please. So I had a question, do I ever use the position and range filter? Well, see, the thing is that everything I look at is usually going to be right at the top, okay? So that, it's going to be at the top of the day because it's making a new high. So I don't really have to look at it because I know it's going to be 100%, okay? I use the position in previous days filter in this one because it has to be above the high of yesterday to trigger here. As a top list, float turnover though, I will sort on the position and range all day long. Okay, I want to see where they are, so that's how I use it. If I were going to use it as some kind of a strategy, and looking for stocks that maybe have pulled back a certain amount, maybe I would use it, I would put the position and range and create a min and a max, but I don't use it like that. So if I wanted the stocks to be, within 50% of the high or pull back to 50% or 25% of the high, I could use the position and days range, things like that. But I'm not a pullback player, so I don't use it like that. So just again to further, for me, the position and range filter is used for me, not in alert windows because everything's at the high or the low, so it's irrelevant, but as a column to sort on it. I want to see, so here's Ader, I want to see, okay, great, it's at a high float turnover, etc., etc. Where is it? Is it near the high? This one, Zevo, is right near the low. Okay, so it becomes the ones near the high, but that may not, as a style of trading, that may not be a person's style of trading. You may want to rather see something that is not near the high but is pulled back. Okay, that might be a more interesting look for a lot of people. So you look at Ader and you say, okay, it's pulling back. What's it doing? I don't know. All right, guys, what time is it? 2:40. I think I might wrap this up a little bit earlier, okay, today. Maybe around 2:50. few things I want to do. So yeah, it's a beautiful day here in Vancouver. Don't know how many more we're gonna have like this. So with about 9 minutes left, ask me, and well, not anything, but ask me some questions about trade ideas or the market or whatever. Okay, not the macro version of the market. I have no idea. Yeah, listen. I mean, there's no point in trying to beat yourself up trying to try and find trades. Some days are just not the day. I do, I do, William. But I'm going to 9 minutes. I got you beat by 2 degrees, Becca. Yeah, you know what? Go Ev is not just taking a little. I don't have it anymore, but yeah, that's a nice move. The thing is, there's an argument to be made. I wouldn't, this is not. I'm not saying this is the recommendation, but almost, you look at these things, within reason, and sticking with them for most of the day from the option scanner. But some of them can be pretty wild. Have to have a stop. You have to have a stop. I am in Canada. Yes, you can trade directly. I don't, but I mean, you can link Interactive Brokers. I can trade with Brokers Plus in Canada. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. If you have IB, you can use Brokers Plus if you want to. No, I'm in Canada, so you can use Brokerage Plus to trade your IB account. Yes, as long as you're using the Pro version of Interactive Brokers, not the Lite version. And I don't even think the light version. I'm not sure the light version is available in Canada. Okay, but yes, you can. If you're wondering how you do it, I'll just pop a link in here for you. Okay, the first video, there are 2 videos there. The first video, the short video, shows you how you connect to IB. And then the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use the window. Yeah, just watch that video regarding E-Trade, okay? The external linking does not work with IB Lite. No, that's the problem. Oh, Morrissey, shut up. I'm sorry. Enough. No, that's not the case, Danny. The only reason I don't trade from IB directly is that I didn't do very much today, but I try to demonstrate the simulator in action, and there's no way I'm going to. Well, number one, I'm not going to, it's nobody's business what I do in my account. But even if I said, okay, I'm not going to toggle back and forth between my live account and the simulator while trying to moderate a trading room and doing all the other things that I do. Okay, so that's why I don't. Even if I could, I think there is a way I could have this off screen. I could have sort of a semblance of a duplicate off screen. I just don't need the confusion. I've been trading from within IB forever, but I would not say that there are people who are connected to IB through B plus, and they say it's fantastic. So I will not say it's more efficient. Kaboom! Yeah, great call by Zach on the DAT short. I'm still holding out later on for a 12 break and see. It may be a scam, it may be all those things, but it's so strong right now. Boy, look at the rewalk now, guys. Wow. Hopefully nobody's still in this one, or if you had to have a stop. But look at the rewalk now, just tanking. Actually, it's going to go negative. Yeah, sorry about that. My coaster is stuck to the bottom of my glass. It keeps falling. How is crypto doing after the initial downturn this morning with the China news? So here it was. So I had a little pop, but it's still down 5%. Let's see what Mara is doing. I'm sure it's recovered a bit. It was down at one point about 9 or 10%. So it's down 5%. So yeah, Mara and Riot and all, they're really tracking the GBTC. You too, Jato. All right, guys. I think I don't think I know it's 2:50, so I think I'm going to knock it off just a little bit early. Start this weekend a little earlier. So let me get my script. I'll stick around if there are questions, as always. But if there are no more questions. And listen, don't be afraid. Don't say, he wants to go. Don't ask a question. If you have a question, please ask away. Thank you. Apex. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, yeah, I don't see any. Okay, I guess I can wrap this up. All right, everybody. Well, have a great weekend, and I'll open the room 9 o'clock Monday morning. So hope to see you then. Again, have a great weekend. Bye-bye.